There we go. I'm sorry. I was flipping back and forth trying to find the meeting. So I'm going to call the roll and I will do it just as soon as I get my, I'm sorry, I thought I had another minute or two. My recorder going. There we go. Okay, Rachel Anger is here. Cindy Bird.
Here.
Kathy Calhoun.
Here.
John Kalila.
Here.
Kenny Curley.
Here.
Pam Delabar.
Here.
Good morning. Kathy Dunham.
Here.
George Eigenhauser.
Here.
Yukiko Hayata. Hayata-san. We'll circle back around. Carol Krasnowski.
Here.
Rich Maston.
Here.
Steve McCullough.
Here.
Melanie Morgan.
Here.
Brian Moser.
Here.
Pam Moser.
Here.
Daryl Newkirk.
Here.
Sharon Roy.
Here.
Howard Webster.
Here.
Eileen Tartaglia.
Here.
Shelley Perkins.
Here.
James Simbro.
I'm here.
Thank you. Is Gavin Cowan?
He should be. He is here. He's just
here.
Okay. Oh, thank you. I acknowledge you. Eva Chen.
Here.
Thank you. Matt Wong.
Hi, here.
Hi. And we'll circle back to Yukiko Hayata. Are you on the call?
I just sent her an email.
Okay, great. So we do have a quorum. I will turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. So our first order of business is approve the orders of the day. And I have one thing to add under new business, and that is the appointment of a genetics advisory committee. And Pam Delabar, I think you had something you wanted added to the agenda.
Yes, I would just like to move the handbook to executive session. After I put everything in, I noticed it was proprietary information previously and probably should be discussed under executive session. And then after we get done discussing what's in there, it can be brought out if the board feels that it should be so noted as being unclassified. Let me put it that way.
Okay.
I have one other. Do you want to vote on these separately?
Okay.
The other one is to discuss all levels of judges and licensing when we're discussing the licensing, and that tomorrow is already under executive session.
Okay.
So basically, I guess it's just the one.
All right. All right. So I think that is covered in the closed session stuff. Let me check real quick here. Since it's proprietary information, I mean, I'm assuming that's okay to move that to closed session. Is there anybody that objects to moving that item to closed session? Okay, Rich, you got your hand up.
Yes, Daryl, thank you. I have a number of items I'd like to move to closed session.
Okay, well, can we handle Pam's first and then we'll do yours?
Absolutely.
Okay, George?
Yeah, we'll wait till Pam's gone and I'll bring mine up
Okay,
later.
all right. So hearing no objection, the board members guideline book will be moved to closed session on Sunday. Okay, Rich, you're up.
Okay, I have a number of items I'd like to move to closed session, please, at least
Okay.
for our consideration. We'll start with item number 3, central office report that relates to the 2021 annual meeting and the recommended motions that are in that report. And then I have 2 others. I don't know if you want to do these one at a time, Daryl, or if you want to do
let's do them one at a time. So we
I'll second moving those to close to closed session.
okay, all right, thanks. So all those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, before I call the vote, I have a question, Rich. Does this include the possible cancellation of the annual meeting?
Yeah, that's the part that I'm requesting be moved into closed session.
Okay, and so you don't think the members should hear the board discuss whether it's an open, whether we're going to have a meeting or not?
Can I just respond to that?
Sure.
There are other parties involved in the annual other than CFA that will be renegotiating contracts, potentially dealing with legal issues having to do with unwinding, both of which are presumptively closed session.
Well, that's fine, and that can be discussed in closed session, but whether we cancel it or not, I think should be discussed in open session so that the members know what we're doing.
But every party that we've contracted with for anything to do with the annual also gets access to closed session. So, I mean, gets access to open session. And we can't unring the bell once we put it out into the universe.
Right.
Okay. All right, so the yes votes are, any further discussion? Yes votes are Rich Maston, Cindy Bird, George Eigenhauser, Carol Krasnowski, Howard Webster, Kathy Dunham, Sharon Roy, Melanie Morgan, Kathy Calhoun, Rachel Anger, Pam Mosier, John Kalila, Brian Mosier, Pam Delabar. Cindy, your hand's not up. Kenny, okay. All right. So the no votes, please raise your hand. Kenny Curley, Steve McCullough, Cindy Bird, I need your vote.
I voted yes.
Okay. Your hand, I didn't see your hand up on the screen. Okay. So Rachel, as soon as you tally the votes, you can announce that.
We're missing a vote for Hayata.
I don't think she's on yet.
Okay, so we have 14 yes, 2 no votes of those in attendance.
Okay. Okay, Rich, next.
Okay, the next two are related. It's item 14 CCW, item number 15 marketing. Anything that relates to or references of donations or proceeds from CCW virtual cat competition should be moved to closed or to executive session.
Okay. Is there any, need a second?
George will second.
Okay, George, thank you. Is there any discussion on moving the CCW to closed session?
Daryl, just the discussion on the donation part. I don't care if the rest of it is discussed by the chair or the liaison.
Okay, so only donations.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
See, the reason why, that's a board decision and we can't make the decision until after we discuss it. So we need to remove that until the board can discuss it.
Okay, so do you want to keep the normal order of business for other things in CCW?
Yeah, I don't have any objections to anything else in CCW or marketing, just the comments in reference to the donations and proceeds.
Okay. Kenny Curley, you're recognized.
Yeah, I agree with what Rich is proposing, but I would like the chair to have an opportunity to speak to the entire delegation.
The chair of the CCW?
Yes.
Well, she'll be able to do that in the open session, and she'll be included, I'm assuming, in the closed session. Is that correct, Rich?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, is there any objection to Rich's motion to move the donation part of the CCW to executive session Sunday afternoon? Did somebody object? Okay, hearing no objections by unanimous consent, that item will be moved to closed session.
Okay, I only have a couple more left, Daryl.
Okay,
If we have available time at the end of today, I will make a motion to review items number 25, 26, 27, and 28. This is later this evening or afternoon or morning, depending on where you are located. So I'm just pre-noticing everybody. only if there's time at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you. That will require a motion to suspend the rules, which requires 2/3 vote. I'm not going to call that motion now because if we don't have time, it would be a moot motion. So at the appropriate time, Rich can make that motion and we'll vote on it, whether to take up items 25, 26, 27, and 28. Rachel Anger, you're recognized.
Thank you. I don't know if now is the correct time to mention this, but I intend to withdraw item number 27. We're
Okay,
going to handle that in a different way.
yep, that's fine. Thank you. That item then is crossed out as an order of the day.
And just one last more request, Daryl.
Well, well, we don't need to vote on it because we're not having a motion yet. So, yep. What's the last thing, Rich?
My last request is asking you and the full board if we would consider starting 1 hour early tomorrow. And I don't know if we want to discuss that at the end of today or we want to discuss it now, only to pre-notice those that are attending this meeting right now.
Okay. Maybe what we ought to do is vote on that at the end of the day. Just everybody be mindful that we may start an hour early tomorrow. Is that
That's all I
okay?
have, Daryl. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And see, George, did you have an item?
Rich covered everything I was going to discuss.
Okay, all right. Kathy Calhoun, you're recognized.
Yes, I just had a question of the items that are being suggested that we move from Sunday to Saturday to be discussed later today. Is there anybody that needs to be advised that would be presenting those items?
It's already been taken care of.
That's been taken care of. Okay,
Yep.
great. Thank you.
Yep. Rachel Anger, you're recognized.
Thank you. Are we done with approving the orders of the day yet?
No, we have to vote to approve them.
Perfect. I have something I'd like to say as soon as that's completed.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll recognize you in just one moment. Is there any objections to our amended orders of the day? Okay, hearing no objections by unanimous consent, we've adopted our printed agenda as our orders of the day. Rachel, you're recognized.
Thank you. It would seem appropriate that everyone understands the process of creating the agenda, which is a task I do.
Yes.
There's no mystery or voodoo to it. I don't consult a crystal ball and there's no favoritism whatsoever. Basically, it's a puzzle that I put together using the input received from committee chairs by the agenda deadline, all the while following Robert's Rules of Order. So let's talk about how Robert's Rules affects the agenda. All of the board members have a bit of an understanding about Robert's Rules. In June, when we switched to a strict following of Robert's Rules, as the person who constructs the agenda, I had to research this and make sure we're doing everything correctly. Now I would like to share with you what I learned so that no one jumps to a wrong conclusion. You will now see that the agenda is constructed in groups. We have bold headings for reports of officers, boards and standing committees. Then we have special committees, then unfinished business and general orders. This is how Robert's Rules of Order wants us to structure our meetings. When President Newkirk appoints a new committee, we identify what category the committee will fall under, and that is where it will appear on the agenda, all of which appears in the minutes when this occurs. Within the various committees, I basically begin with the order we have always used. Out of courtesy to committee chairs, I try to group together all of the presentations that each committee chair will make so that there is a seamless flow to the board meeting, or at least an attempt to have the meeting go smoothly. This is not always possible, but I do try. Then the agenda is disseminated prior to the agenda publication deadline. So if anyone is uncomfortable with their time slot for any reason, an adjustment can and will happily be made. This offer is the same to every committee chair and every board member. We start all meetings, as we have here today, with the orders of the day. This is anyone's opportunity to move an agenda item, just as we have just witnessed. Sometimes an issue will come up between the agenda publication and the board meeting, so there is still a chance to be accommodated now. As for timing, sometimes we're hours behind and sometimes we're hours ahead of the scheduled times for committee meetings. As I said before, I don't have a crystal ball and cannot predict what will come up, but every board member is given an opportunity to speak by our president. And last, the presenter of each agenda item has traditionally been the board member chair or board member liaison that I've listed. With our Zoom platform, this no longer makes sense. Again, this is something that we've just always done it that way, and I'd like to begin doing it by putting the name of the person who's actually going to present the report. This came from an era where only board members were allowed to speak at board meetings. We even had a valued employee that attended board meetings who was not even allowed to physically sit at the table. So we've changed quite a bit, and that's how I would like to do it going forward. If anyone has an issue with that, I would be happy to talk about it. Frankly, I give the agenda my best guess, but it is not science. If someone has a more scientific approach or an idea or method that you think would work better, then let's hear it. It truly is like putting together a puzzle. The desired result is fairness and a schedule that will accommodate the business of this board, all the while respecting Robert's Rules of Order and New York law. I have no time, energy, or desire for anything else. Is everyone okay with this going forward?
Yes.
Thank you all.
Rachel, the only thing that I would add is once that we adopt the orders of the day, that to deviate from that needs a motion to suspend the rules to take up something out of order.
So for instance, today we have adopted the orders of the day. So
That's
if
correct.
anything is moved from here on out, it will require a 2/3 vote. I'll make sure to include that in the minutes as well. Thank you.
Okay, yep, thank you very much. Shelley, do you have anything to add on that?
I do not. Very good.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we've approved our orders of the day.
Daryl,
Yep.
I had my hand up.
Okay, hang on. Hang on. let
Pam.
me-
Pam.
Okay, go ahead, Pam.
I just have a question. Rachel, you had stated that it's the board liaison or the person that's, in charge of that committee. So my question is that always in the past, it was always the board liaison that talked for the person on the committee.
Right.
And I understand during Zoom, that's, we can accommodate that. But when we go back to having in person, does that mean that you're going to have everybody on those committees that are in charge of those committees attend the board meeting, or will we have the liaison talk for them?
That's a great question. I think that's up to the chair to determine, but for the sake of convenience, because the reality is during our Zoom era here, the person that's presenting the report should be listed, I think. And frankly, these Zoom meetings are saving CFA so much money that I do hope we continue it at least partially for the main meetings after we're back together once again.
Yep, Pam, even when we were having live meetings, the chairs of the committee always sat down at the end of the table alongside Aline to present the reports, like the show rules report. Mary Kay gave the awards report. Those were committee chairs. I remember Mark was a liaison for Mary, but Mary gave the report. So I think we would go back to that same procedure.
Okay, I understand that, but we didn't have that many people that weren't on the board that were on board the committee chairs. At this time, we have a lot of people that are not on the board that are committee chairs. So my concern would be that if you're going to adopt that, that's going to be a large expense to bring in everybody. So that is my concern.
Well, I don't think we're paying for the committee chairs to come into the to the board meetings.
Oh, you're not? Okay. As long as we're not.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Kathy Calhoun, can you address that?
I think that we were been somewhat inconsistent. So I would recommend that we establish a consistent protocol, whether we're going to pay for it or we're not going to pay for it. And that if we are going to do that, that it would be budgeted.
Okay, well, how about you research that and bring back a proposal to the board when we meet in 2 months?
I can do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Pam, you have any other questions?
Nope, that answers it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for bringing that up. So that was a good point. Kenny Curley, you're recognized.
Yeah, I think it's quite advantageous to be able to have these committee chairs, since A, they have the responsibility, B, they have unique knowledge of their situations. I mean, I remember we, on several occasions during the last administration, we had the chairs of our China committee come in and the international division come in for items that we needed to have discussed. But we can always hybridize it. They can always join us via some sort of a Zoom connection. I'm certain that can be accomplished.
Okay, thank you, Kenny. Rich Maston, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. I just want clarification for today's Zoom meeting and Zoom meetings going forward. In the past and currently, I chair the international show. And over the past 2 years or so, I have asked Aline to take the lead on that and presenting the report to the board. Am I still able to do that during the Zoom meetings, or am I to present the entire report? And can we allow Aline to answer questions during the discussion?
I think it's up to you.
Okay, thank you.
That would be my my suggestion. I mean, my God, Aline is our rock. She's the centromere of a cell, so to speak. So, you know, everything revolves around what central office does. So I think it's important. So any other issues about Rachel's report here on the production of the agenda? Okay, so I see no hands up. So we'll move on to reports of officers, boards, and standing committees. Rachel Anger, you're recognized for order number 2 of the day.
Thank you. Now I can see it there. I would like to move that we ratify approve the January 5th, 2020 teleconference minutes as presented.
Okay, I need a second. State your
Delaware
name.
seconds.
Okay, thank you, Pam. So we have a motion and a second by Rachel and by Pam Delabar to approve the January 5th teleconference minutes as presented. Is there any discussion? Okay, is there any objection to the approval of the minutes? Hearing no objections, by unanimous consent, the minutes are approved. Thank you, Rachel. You're next.
Thank you. And miracle of miracles, we have no online motions.
Yeah.
We're skipping item number C and moving on. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so the central office report was moved to closed session.
Actually,
Not all of it.
not all of it.
Okay. Go ahead, Eileen.
Okay, hi, everybody. I'll make this really brief. It's really for information only. The only thing that was different was now an executive session. So I just gave a little update on the central office staff working remotely, that we're working with Stars and Stripes and other clubs to make the show packaging and show supplies a little bit more automated. Also, just an update on annual meeting site selections and what's happening there as far as we're a little bit behind and the reason why. So if nobody has any questions, that's my report.
Okay, any questions? Okay, Rachel, for the record, would you note that Yukiko Hayata is on? Okay, we'll move on
Oh, no, there,
to
thank you.
order number 4, and Shelley or Rachel, whoever's going to take the lead on this one.
I'd like to wait another 6 minutes. If we could come back to that after the next motion so that we're on the timely notice at the notice time.
Okay. All right, so it is 8:25. So at 8:30, we will suspend whatever's in the judging report and go back to business number 4 at its designated time of 11:30, unless there's an objection to that. Okay, hearing no objections. Okay, let's move on to business order number 5, the judging program report. And Aline, would you upgrade the chairs?
Yes. There's Ellen. Let's see.
Vicky and I.
Let's see. We got Vicky. That's it.
Okay, Ann Mathis is not on.
No, she is not on.
Okay.
She's standing by if we need her.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, Rachel, or you want to go and take the lead here?
Sure, long enough to turn it over to Ellen.
Okay. All right, Ellen, you're up.
And to unmute. Morning, everybody.
Yep,
Morning.
morning.
Those of you on the East Coast and other areas, Midwest, are not dying of cold, as I'm sitting out here in 67 degrees and sunshine. So, okay, the alternative application process has been a long time coming, but I want to first of all acknowledge all of the prior JPC, prior to their administration, prior to me, for all the work they've done in the past on this project. They gave us the outline and the tools to make it a much better process and made our efforts to clarify some of the issues helpful. Let me also say that much of the process was taken from what prior JPCs did with some changes. In order to understand the thought process behind this, it was first brought forward by the prior JPC, who even did focus groups to see what path it would take. It's my understanding that the prior JPC thought there should be a way for longtime exhibitors who had done a lot of work in their breed and other work for CFA should have a pathway to become a CFA judge without having to start doing requirements, like a person who comes into a program without the extensive background that these longtime exhibitors have had. There must be a way to test out of some of the requirements, just as some universities have done with what they felt were exceptional students. So the proposal was presented to the board in June 2019. The board asked the JPC to make some changes and to bring back the proposal with the changes made in February 2020. The current JPC, us, prior to October 2020, realized that the final approval by the board had not been done and asked to have the May 2020 rules taken down to make the adjustments needed for this, including being more exact in wording for several of the requirements, such as the testing requirements, both written and oral. The following are the changes the current JPC has made to the process from what was passed in February of 2020. So I've got them listed here, and I'm going to quickly read where the changes were made so you guys can follow along.
So
Okay.
Ellen,
Yeah.
Ellen, can you just put a hold right now?
Sure.
Because we're
Okay.
1 minute away from 8:30, and this seems like a good place to break and go
It
back.
is. Okay, sure, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, so just stand by. All right, so it just waiting for the last few seconds to tick down.
Well, I could go ahead and call it. We are here for protest number 20-008-1230. The time is almost 11:30. I would
Yep.
report to the board at this time that no one has submitted any written materials in this case. No one has appeared or is so far have not appeared. No one has asked to appear or even obtained links to appear. And so therefore it's my position that at 11:30, the evidentiary portion of this record is closed and the matter should be moved to the closed session.
Okay, Rachel?
So I would like to make a motion that regarding protest number 20-008-1230 to move for a finding of guilty by default and move the discussion regarding sanctions and rulings to executive session.
Curley
second.
seconds.
Who was the second? State your name when you're
Steve.
making the second, because I can't understand everybody's voices.
Curley.
Kenny
Second.
Curley. Okay, Kenny Curley seconds. All right. Rachel, you got something else to say? No. Okay. All right. Is there any discussion on the motion to move finding a guilty and move this to the discussion be moved to closed session on Sunday? All right. Hearing no objection, the motion is adopted. Okay, Ellen, we're back to you.
Okay. So
Sorry
we're
for the
picking up,
interruption.
that's okay, not a problem. We're picking up under 2.29, an applicant must have a cattery name registered with CFA for 10 years. This was an addition. There was no number of years of breeding or cattery registration in the old one. A copy of the cattery registration must be provided with the application. 2.32, they must be an active member of a breed council at the time of the application. Some of these are just word changes. The same thing for active member of a CFA member club at the time of application. 2.34, proof of attendance at a BAOS within 2 years of application or a statement of intent to attend. 2.341, IB would like to, let's see. Practical, it says practical testing at a scheduled BAOS or other CFA event, including a cat show. Gives it a wider breadth of flexibility. And then 2.35 is to pass with a score of 90% the proctored written examination. And again, it stopped at the CFA BOS annual meeting, cat show, or other CFA function designated by the JPC. And the written test is going to have a minimum of 75 true or false, yes or no questions regarding the following topics. And I listed all of the topics that are in your report are the ones that we listed. And then we asked to add to the judging program rules 4.8B, all of what I'd listed, 4.2A and B, 4.20 and 6.2 all. Basically the language, we just expanded and we added the reading.
All right. So does the board want to handle these motions en masse, or shall we take them individually? Rich Maston, you're recognized.
Yeah, so I have some comments, recommendations, and questions for Ellen and her committee.
Okay.
I don't know how we want to do it, but I may have met like 5 of them. And I'm
Okay.
prepared to go through each number.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, 2.32 and 2.33, after the word active member, would you consider including, and is it necessary, in good standing?
Quite frankly, I haven't given that much thought, but I don't have an objection to it. And I don't think the rest of the chairs would either.
Okay, my next one is 2.3.
Well, hang on, Rich.
Wait a minute.
Let's,
Okay.
if we're gonna amend it, let's have a motion and approve it so that, because I don't want, here's the thing I don't want. We have bounced this football around for 2 years. And Ellen's done a real good job here. If there's some minor wording change so that we can get this adopted, let's make a motion to change it if they don't object to it, so that we can get this approved and get it up on the website.
Okay, that's my motion. Thank you for that explanation.
Okay.
Morgan seconds.
Okay, thank you, Melanie. So is there any discussion on That's, tell me again which one it is, Rich.
2.32 and 2.33, add the word, add in good standing after active member.
Okay. All right. So the motion is to insert in good standing after active member and 2.32 and 2.33. Is there any discussion on that? Is there any objection to the addition of that clause? Hearing no objection, the motion is ratified. Rich, back to you.
Okay, item 2.34C, and it just may be me or not, but is names and titles missing from what should be included? It says including registration, numbers, breed, color, but earlier I read we also wanted names and titles.
Okay, are you making that motion to include names and titles?
Yeah, I'll make the motion if they agree with it.
I'm fine.
That's the process.
That's-
Okay, a second, please.
And titles?
Morgan.
Yeah, I read earlier you were requiring names and titles.
Okay, I think I heard Carol and Melanie. So Rachel, you can put whoever you want for the second. So is there any discussion on adding names and titles to 2.34 subsection C? Okay, hearing any objection? No discussion, any objection? Hearing no objection, the motion is ratified. Rich, back to you.
Okay, 6.2, letter C. After have, consider adding owned or co-owned.
Okay,
Confused.
yeah, I am too, because
I'm not
It's me.
saying C.
Maybe it's me.
Okay. I mean,
it's
6.2,
6.2.
5C, I guess it is. It's on page 17. It says the trainee may not have entries at a show, and I'm asking to insert the trainee may not have owned or co-owned entries at the show.
all right, so it's 6, when that's 4.
It's 6.2C, Ellen.
All right, hold on a minute. I want to make sure that I get all these down. That 6.2C.
And how are you wanting to change it, Rich?
Just insert owned or co-owned.
All right, wait a minute.
And once again, it may not be necessary.
C, all right, add. Well, I think that, I'm thinking that, co-owned, we're not, what I tried to do with this was to make it really clear. And so somebody can't come back and say, and give me an argument about, if I say, no, you can't have somebody that the co-owner cannot show the cat, and they're going to say, but it's not in the rules. So I don't have a problem with that. So we're going to add 6.2C, add owned or co-owned, right?
/ co-owned.
Okay.
That's correct. That's my motion.
Okay, a second. Melanie, second. Okay, is there any discussion on the addition of / co-owned behind owned? Any discussion? Okay, nobody's hands up. Is there any objection to the ratification of that motion? Hearing no objection, the motion is agreed to. Rich, next.
Excuse me, I hate to butt in. I have conflicting language. The language Rich originally said and then what Daryl restated to me were different.
Okay.
So can we restate exactly what that motion is going to be?
Sure.
Thank you.
I am asking to insert after the trainee may not have owned or co-owned. Now you can use the / for or if you prefer.
Well, there's an or agented, so I think the / of owned / co-owned would read better.
And that's fine with me.
Okay, we're looking at two different places. So
6.2C.
yes, could Rich read? Rich is talking about the first line and Daryl is talking about the second line. So can we read the entire C as it is supposed to read now?
Rich,
Sorry.
you want me to read it?
Sure.
Okay, the trainee may not have entries at a show where he/she is to do color classes, period, no comma. Nor may the trainee judge a cat owned / co-owned or agented by a member of the trainee's household.
Okay, and my question was, it was originally stated to read, the trainee may not have entries owned or co-owned at a show, so on and so forth. So it was there, and Daryl added it on the second line, nor may the trainee judge a cat owned / co-owned. Is it in both places or just one?
Well, now, Rachel, that you brought that up, it should probably be in both places if Ellen agrees.
I'm fine with it. I mean, let's make it overly clear, which is what we want to do.
So Rachel, are these both in C or is it in a different subsection?
They're both in C.
Okay.
So yes, it's in two different sentences.
Okay, so Rachel and Melanie, will you withdraw that motion so it can be restated?
Yes.
Rachel?
Do you want me to restate it?
No, I want you to withdraw the motion that we were getting ready to pass.
I don't recall making a standing motion, but
Well, we've been voting on stuff and you're the liaison, so you have to make the motions.
So Daryl, I made the motion.
Oh,
Rich-
okay. All right. I'm sorry. Rich?
I'll withdraw the motion.
All right. So somebody restate what it is now.
Rachel, would you restate it since you did it so well?
I will. C, the trainee may not have entries owned or co-owned at a show where he/she is to do color classes, nor may the trainee judge a cat owned / co-owned or agented by a member of the trainee's household.
And I'll second that.
Okay.
Oh, so never mind.
Well, all right. Rachel, you take care of who motioned and who seconded. I don't care. All right. So is there any discussion on that, Shelley?
I do have discussion. Using the word may is problematic because it can be interpreted two different ways, which means it's not an obligation. I'd rather see the word shall in C and actually D, where it says the trainee may not. It should just say the trainee shall not. And there's two mays in paragraph C that could easily be replaced with the word shall not, and that will solve any ambivalence there.
Okay, that's a good idea. Can we take that as a separate motion? Let's go ahead and do Rachel's motion, and Rich, I guess, seconded it. So Pam Delabar.
I was just going to say, we have allowed trainees to have like household pet entries or a member of their family showing household pet entries at standalone household pet shows. Can we just keep the may not to be able to allow those situations instead of having to come back to the board? If it says shall not, then if there needs to be a change or whatever, it doesn't have to come back to us, so that a member of the trainee's family can show a household pet in a standalone household pet show. That's all.
So what would a trainee be training on at a standalone household pet show?
They wouldn't be, but their family might be entered in a standalone household pet show. The trainee would be doing regular training.
Point of order, we have a motion on the floor that does not include the may to shall transfer. Can we take care of the first motion?
Yep. Thank
before
you,
we move on
George,
to the
for
second
pointing that
motion?
out. Ellen, you have a comment?
Well, I wanted to make sure that it was for 6.2C and D is what Shelley indicated.
No, wait, we're not discussing that right now.
Okay.
We're discussing, George is right, we're off track. We're on a
Okay.
different motion. So let's take care of this motion. If you have something to say, put your hand up and not take your hand down, except for Rich, because I know he's got more. So, all right. Any further discussion on the motion that Rachel read? All right. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion is ratified by unanimous consent. Okay. Rich, do you want to make the motion to change may to shall?
No,
No. Okay.
I'll leave it to somebody else.
I'll make that motion.
Who is that?
Melanie.
Melanie?
Yep.
Thank you, Melanie. I need a second.
Rachel seconds.
Thank you, Rachel. Okay. And this is for C and D, where it says may not be changed to shall not. All right. Shelley, is that your recommendation?
Yes, I think that in C, there's a nor may, and it should say nor shall, but all mays in C and D should be changed to shall, because otherwise it really doesn't mean anything.
Okay. Thank you, Pam Delbar. You're recognized.
I have to learn how to unmute here. I withdraw my original objection to putting shall in there. I was reading something into it that's not there, so no problem.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion is ratified by unanimous consent. Okay, Rich.
Last one, I promise. We're going back to 2.35 only because it's a question and it's not a recommendation. Number 4, just curious, why is it necessary to wait a year? If they don't pass with 90%, let's say they pass, well, let's say they score 88. Why is it necessary that they have to wait a full year?
There. Okay.
And I'm taking it down.
Okay, Kathy Calhoun, you're recognized.
Oh, I was just trying to get recognized after Rich was done.
Okay. All right. Ellen, you got a comment?
Well, yes. Basically, that was taken from when somebody applies to the judging program and they're turned down, then they have to wait a year. So that is why that's why we did that. That comes from the prior JPC, and I don't disagree with them. If they can't do it, and they're supposed to be very advanced. This is directed at people who have been in the cat fancy for a very long time, have been around a long time, and maybe they didn't want a clerk or maybe they just didn't want a master clerk. This is designed for people who have been around the fancy for a long time, have done a lot of work way more work in their program than anybody would ever require. And if they want to do this, and everybody thinks this is easy, this is very difficult. This is a very difficult way to come in. And I will tell you that as far as I'm concerned, if they can't pass that stuff by 90%, then they need to wait a year and learn what they need to learn and either come back to the alternative application or just come through the regular way.
Well, I think what the year wait was just to correct any deficiency so that they would improve themselves when they apply the second time.
Well, that's what I,
Yeah.
basically,
Yes.
it gives them the time to do what they
Yes.
need to do in order to pass.
Yes. Okay, Kenny Curley, you're recognized.
Yeah, we're talking about a written test here. Am I correct in that assumption, Ellen?
Written it's a written test. And then there is, there's a written test. If they're not a clerk, if they don't have their clerking license, they have to take the clerking test. And also an oral, basically they go behind a table and judge 10 cats. And I've outlined that here as to what they need to do. I mean, it's a very comprehensive way to get in. And then they have to do the interview.
Okay.
No, I understand that, but we're talking about people with extensive and successful experience in breeding and in showing cats.
And
these-
maybe developing a breed and some other things. Yes,
These
that's
are the
correct.
people that we are inviting into our program based on their past successes. And we are expecting them immediately when they're ready to fly in through here and know how to take a test with all of the intricacies that go along with judging. I agree with Rich. I think it's just too detrimental to somebody. You're going to lose people that are really qualified that may not be able to be a good test taker. So I would say that I would leave it up to the discretion of the judging program as to whether or not they could be schooled, particularly if their test scores are very, very close. So I would.
Okay, Kenny, listen, we're discussing something, we don't even have a motion on the table. So somebody needs to make a motion if you want to change that year to something different. Somebody make a motion
I'll
to
make the
some
motion.
time.
Kenny makes the motion to change it, to eliminate the 1 year waiting time.
Well, you got to let them take it the next day.
I would leave it up to the discretion of the judging program.
And what if they've said their discretion is a year.
Well, I'm taking that option away. I'm just giving them another option.
No.
There needs to be a time. 3 months, 6 months, 7 months, 9 months. You don't like 12. So
No, I
change
hate
it to
12.
something
I think
else.
it's ridiculous.
Well, that's okay. But we got to have some rule here that these people can follow.
Well, I make a motion that you must have a 3-month waiting period before
Okay.
you can retake it.
Okay. All right. Is there a second to that?
Rachel
Bill
said,
Bar seconds.
Okay. All right. Okay. So the motion is to change the year to 3 months. So now let's discuss that. George Eigenhauser, you were next on the list.
I'm not sure that sentence means what everybody seems to think it means. What it says is if a candidate does not pass the practical test, they may apply to the regular program after a year. It doesn't say reapply to the expedited program.
Well,
Correct.
that's a good point.
Yeah, so I think that sentence doesn't say what they intended it to say.
Okay, Ellen, you got a comment on that?
Yes, I do, actually. Basically, what we're saying is if you can't pass the accelerated process, come through the regular program. And if we want to shorten that time, because you're right, Kenny's correct. Some people are not good test takers. Some people are excellent. But if you want to come back and you still want to apply to the program, then apply in the regular manner.
Okay,
I
so
will tell you that we've had people interested, and everyone who's been interested has qualified to come through the regular way. Okay?
so you're saying, Ellen, that if they don't pass the way you've got it set up, they can't reapply to the accelerated program.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So Kenny, do you want to withdraw your motion, or do you want to leave it in there so that they only have to wait 3 months to apply to the regular program? Or do you want to scrap that altogether? So Rachel?
No, I really think that this needs to be discussed a little bit further. But no, I'm going to keep my motion. If it's turned down, it's turned down. I just
Okay.
think that you're asking these people with this extensive experience and success in breeding, and we need breeders to become judges to pass a test and wait a year when they're ready to give their own service to CFA. I mean,
Okay.
it's just a little harsh.
I just want to make sure you understand that what your motion is that they can come back not a year, but 3 months later and apply to the regular judging program, not the accelerated program. Rachel, you're recognized.
thank you. Actually, I would like to make that 3-month time period apply to either. So what this says now is if they don't pass the first time, then they cannot reapply at all. They have to apply the other way.
Yep.
And what, is that the intent? I think after 3 months, they can either reapply or go apply at the regular program. So that's my thought on that. It's just weird, so I cannot read to you what I wanted to have it say.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, Melanie, you and your team were the original authors of this program. I'd like to know your opinion.
Go ahead,
Carol?
Melanie.
Thank you. I have no problem with zero delay in reapplying through the regular program should they not pass the alternate application process. Our intent was a delay, a 1-year period for them to prepare if they wanted to go back in via the alternate application process. But should they be ready or prepared to put together their regular application and go through that way, I see no reason to delay it at all. That
Okay,
said,
well-
it'll take more than 3 months to put together an application. So if
Yeah.
they haven't put it together, it'll be by default right up to Kenny's suggestion,
Yes.
3 to 6 months.
Okay, Rachel Anger.
So am I correct
Melanie.
that Kenny currently has a motion on the table?
He does.
All right, well, I'll tell you what my thought would be, and then we can decide how to go forward. My thought is to have it say, if a candidate does not pass the written and practical test by 90%, after 3 months, they may apply to the regular program or reapply, or the other way around. After 3 months, they may reapply or apply to the regular program.
Reapply to the accelerated program.
Mhm.
Or, okay, do you want to make that an amendment to Kenny's motion?
I would, because if they get 89, or, I mean,
Right.
I accept the amendment.
thank you.
Well, you don't need to accept the amendment. I need a second. on the
George will
amendment.
second the amendment.
Thank you, George, for the second. Now we're going to discuss the amendment to the motion. Nothing else, the amendment, okay, of Rachel's amendment, where she's adding in after 3 months, they can reapply to the accelerated program or apply to the regular judging program. That's what we're discussing. Ellen, you have a comment?
Well, I just want to make sure I'm clear. So Rachel, your language would be that if they don't pass it by 90%, they may reapply after 3 months to the accelerated program or to the regular program. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes. Okay. Melanie Morgan, you're recognized.
I support Rachel's amendment. I think it makes a lot of sense and it will take care of all the concerns that people have.
Fabulous. So is there any further discussion on Rachel's amendment to the main motion? Okay, no one's raising their hand. Is there any objection to the amendment to the main motion? Shelley?
I lowered
Okay.
my hand, sorry.
Okay,
that
all right, thank you. Okay, is there any objection to the amendment to the main motion? Hearing no objection by unanimous consent, Rachel's amendment is adopted. So now we have a main motion that has been amended. Is there any further discussion on the amended motion? Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
Thank you. What is the percentage that we have to pass our regular judges test every 2 years?
Ellen, you want to answer that?
I'm still, okay. Yes, it's 85%.
And we're asking applicants to be higher than the 85% that we're requiring our current judges to pass, who supposedly have all of this knowledge in mechanics and breeds, et cetera. When sitting in the focus group, the judges focus group, the last time we had an international,
Pam, does this,
one thing that
Pam,
came up, huh?
Pam,
It
does
just
your
sort of play, huh?
does your
This plays into it, Daryl.
okay,
One of the things that came up is that we continually make it harder and harder and harder to get it to be a judge when in fact our world has changed and we cannot engage people at the rate that we used to. I am getting more and more concerned about this. And perhaps after we get done with this motion, I am concerned about the 90%. I would like to see 85, but that takes an amendment. And
Yep.
we've already had an amendment to the motion.
Well, we can make another one if you want to do that. So,
I would move that we put the passing percent to 85, the same it is across the board for judges taking tests.
Rachel,
George will second.
okay, thank you, George, for the second. So we have an additional amendment, which is to change the 90% passage to 85%. Is there anybody that wants to, Ellen, your hand's up?
I'm good with that. I used the 90% as the prior JPC. That's what they had used, and I didn't have a problem with it. The difference between taking the judge's test and for these people that are going to be taking this test, the judge's test isn't proctored. Okay. We tend, people talk to each other. How did you do this? How did you do that? Quite frankly, the people that are going to be taking this test are going to be in a setting, and they will have their rules and their usually just the tools that we carry around as judges. I
Okay.
don't have a problem with going from 90 to 85. It's
Okay,
fine.
thank you, Ellen. Kathy Calhoun, you're recognized.
Yes, so this would apply to 2 and 4, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any
Um,
further
Dar-
discussion on?
There's also 90%, this is Aline, 90% in 2.351. I'm not sure if the 85% applies there too. I have it up on the screen.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, well, yes, that's the written examination.
Yep.
So it would apply there.
Okay.
Okay, so 1 and 2, is there any other area where it's listed? So Pam's motion is basically to change where the requirement is 90% for it to be lowered to 85%. Is that correct, Pam?
That is correct. And seemingly with Ellen's rationale, then the regular judge's test should be at 90% passage rate. If everybody is, I don't collude with anybody because I don't trust anybody else's answers but my own.
Yeah,
But,
I've always taken my test by myself, so.
It provides
All
a good learning opportunity,
Yeah, okay,
guys.
so we have an amendment to the motion by Pam and seconded by George. Is there any further discussion? We're getting bogged down on this and taking up time, so no further discussion. Is there any objection to changing the 90% to 85 through this section? Okay, seeing no objection, the motion is ratified by unanimous consent. All right, Rich, that was the last one?
yes, it was.
Oh, we gotta vote on the main motion now. It's been amended, two amendments to it. So is there Kathy Calhoun?
Oh, I thought you were ending up completing Rich, because I did have one more thing.
Okay, well, we've had 2 amendments to this main motion, so we gotta pass the main motion now. Any further discussion on the amended main motion? Okay. Seeing no hands up, is there any objection to the amended main motion? Okay, seeing no hands up by unanimous consent, the motion is adopted. Okay, Kathy, now you're up.
Okay, thank you. In 2A, and this is a question. It's no, you were there. Go back.
Sorry.
2A,
Silly thing.
What are you talking about?
so in 2A, it says, I've got it over here, that in the second, says the cat should be either whole cats, kittens, or premiers, not a mix. So when I first read that, I got all twisted on not a mix, meaning is that referring to a household pet as a mix, or is that referring to a mixture of the categories?
So where is that at,
Where is
Kathy?
It's 2 2A, you were on the page, all the 90% information. If you get to the where we were talking about 90%,
I know what she's talking about.
yeah, we were right there before we started to scroll. I think we.
Well,
Yes.
I don't see a 2. I see 2.35, 2,
No.
those.
No,
Yeah,
What
that-
page?
This was a
That's it.
subpart 2.
yeah, it's 2.352A, page 6.
2A.
Oh. Thank
And
you.
we're right there,
Okay.
right there. And it says in 2A, it says the cat should be either whole cats, which might be championship, kittens, or premiership, not a mix.
Okay, I see it now. Ellen, would you explain that?
Yes, well, I don't want, the cat should either be champions or premiers or kittens, because what we're asking them to do is judge these cats, make their decisions, hang ribbons, and then do a final. And so I want it done just as if they were a regular judge. And so I don't want them to mix premiers with champions with kittens.
That makes
So
sense.
if you want to change the language so it's clear to you guys, that's fine. Just tell me what you want.
So perhaps it could say not a combination of categories as opposed to not a mix.
We'll have, okay, you can put mix of categories or not a combination of categories.
Yes.
Okay,
That was
so which wording do you want?
Make a motion, Kathy. Hang on, Ellen. I'm
I
in
would
charge
say-
of the meeting. You aren't. So
I'm sorry.
Kathy, would you tell us how you want to amend the motion?
I would say that it should be revised to say the cat should be either whole cats, kittens, or premiers, not a mixture of categories.
Okay.
It might be clearer if we took out whole cats and put championship.
That's true too.
Okay, so let's do it all together. So strike whole cats and make championship kittens or premiers, and you want to put not a mix of those 3 categories?
That's fine. Not a mix of those 3 categories.
Can we make
Okay.
premiership just to be consistent with
Sure.
championship?
Yep.
Yes. Okay, so the motion Kathy's making is to strike out whole cats, put championship cats, kittens, or premiership cats, not a mixture of the 3 categories.
George will second.
Okay with that, Kathy?
It is. I'm fine with that.
Okay, okay, Melanie Morgan, your hand's up.
Well, now that you've brought that up and opened that Pandora's box, it's complicated and difficult sometimes to get cats for these types of activities. For example, our handling schools, et cetera, and finding 10 cats that would make sense for this process could prove challenging depending on the venue. I understand that you want them to put together a final, but there's nothing to say that you couldn't put together a final based off the merits of those cats, regardless of their classes. And so I guess I wonder why this is necessary. I think it will unnecessarily handicap you when you're trying to put together this portion of the evaluation.
Okay. Pam Delabar.
I am the first person to ever take the judging program aptitude test that I think lasted for maybe a year. And we had to do this for the whole board. And being a board member, of course, I was the first one to do it.
Okay, Pam, this is not germane to the motion.
I was going to promote the motion.
Okay, well then
And
talk
say-
about the motion.
Daryl, I'm trying to give background, but forget it. Never mind. I support the motion.
Okay, thank you. Melanie, you're recognized.
Sorry.
Ellen. Okay, Shelley.
You know, I'm reading that paragraph, and again, we have optional words should. The cats should be. That means it could be anything they want. And so again, I would replace the word should with shall to make that a actual requirement.
Okay, all right. I'm trying to think. Kathy, you made the motion and George seconded it. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, are you okay with changing that?
yes.
Okay, George?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Shelley, for pointing that out again. Okay, is there any further discussion on the amendment to 2A? Okay. All right, here, is anybody object to the motion? Nope, okay, so the motion is ratified by unanimous consent. Okay, anyone else have any other amendments to the alternative application process? Okay, all right, so let's move forward. Ellen, you have your program, you did good work on this, so your program can be put in the judging program rules now and be posted on.
Don't we have to vote on the whole thing now that we've done the amendments?
Yeah, you're correct, George. So somebody needs to make the motion to accept the proposal as amended.
Kenny makes the motion.
Okay, Kenny, I need a
Kathy
second.
Kathy,
Kathy, second. Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion now? Ellen?
No, you go ahead and make the motion. I just have a question.
Does it not deal with the alternative process?
It does.
Well, then ask, because we're going to approve this.
Okay. So my question is, do I have to bring the changes back to the board for final approval?
No,
Or just make the
no,
change?
we're approving it right now with the with the amendments that we've made.
Okay, so I will make the amendments and send them on to Rachel, and they will become part of the judging program rules, correct?
That's correct. But you
Okay.
need to, you want to make sure that you and Rachel get together to make sure that, what's in the minutes are amended to your proposal. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. So we have a motion and a second to adopt the amended alternative application process as presented by the Judging Program Committee. All right. Any further discussion on this? Is there any objection to the adoption of the amended alternative judging application process? Okay, hearing no objection by unanimous consent, it is approved. Thank you, Ellen, for your good work. Do you have anything else, Ellen, from your committee report?
Not in open session.
Okay, all right. All right, so now we'll move on to Vicki Nye. Is Vicki, can Vicki be upgraded to a panelist, Eileen?
She is here
Okay.
already.
All right, good
Has
deal.
to
Thank you
unmute.
so much. Yep.
Unmute, Vicki.
Hi, Daryl. I think I'm already on.
Yep, you are. Go ahead with your report, Vicki.
Hi, thank you all for the time. I just wanted to, there's no motions in my report in open session here. I wanted to document the fact that we had communicated the board's actions on the COVID return to work document, and also the communication on being able to cancel a show if they did not feel safe. And those were both communicated through the CFA judges list group. Additionally, I put together a table under the current happenings of committee, which lists the shows that have occurred since the beginning of the season. There should be 2 additions to this. There was an additional show in January in Japan that was omitted from this list. I picked up my information from the scoreboards, and at the time I pulled it, that show had not been on the scoreboard yet. And also under Sophisticat, there was I believe it was Sophisticat, just a second, just right. The number of cats and entries, the addition is incorrect. I just wanted to provide this table so that considering the number of shows, any board action related to the number of shows we're having, where we're having them, the number of guest judges that are being used, and the number of associate judges. I thought this bit of information of this chart would help.
Thank you for putting that together, Vicky. Anything else from your committee?
No, not in open session.
Okay, good deal. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Okay,
Thank you.
Rachel, are you going to do the China Associate Committee, or is Ann Mathis coming on to present that?
Anna's an attendee. If she can be promoted.
Wait a minute. Okay, I've got her.
Good deal. Hi, Ann.
Okay.
Hi, Ann. You can go ahead with your report, please.
Hi, good morning to everyone. I'll just go through the parts that I changed at the request that were made at the last meeting. And I did receive an email from Pam Mosier, which I thank her for. So we have changed the name, or the associate program now says Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand, because we said ID other, and that includes other countries that weren't part of this. So that was changed. On page 22, I guess it would be, we added a committee of judging program committee chairs would review these applications and decide on the best candidates for the program. The applicants that are selected by the committee would be subject to CFA board acceptance. Then down under program participants, that's just a reiteration of the fact that the committee would choose them, and then the board would need to approve them. Going to page, the incentive section. There it is. The associates, if they desire, could convert to regular specialty judge status with completion of a minimum of 15 evaluated shows in their specialty, a completed application, and completion of the steps outlined in the judging program rules with the following adjustments. They may only apply for the specialty in which they joined the associate judging program. They must either be a licensed clerk or pass the clerking test with a score of 85% or better. They must have a CFA registered cattery name and must have had 5 years since their first registered litter, and we are waiving the cattery visits. They would need to apply for their second specialty in the regular manner. There is no secondary associate program. And then in phase 4, I don't have the same page numbers here. Keep going, phase 4. We put that I changed that it was required to have a CFA licensed judge as the designated lead judge for that show. The only exception to this is if government travel restrictions make this impossible. In that case, the evening session could be conducted on Zoom or similar manner. And on the next page, that's the same thing. It's that the only exception to having a licensed judge in attendance would be if governmental restrictions, travel restrictions prohibit that. So those are the changes.
Okay, so Shelley, you got your hand up. Did you have something to advise us about?
I'll get better at lowering my hand. Sorry about that.
Okay, Rachel Anger, you're recognized.
Thank you. I see that the changes have been made to the requirements of these people that want to convert to the regular judging program. I'm sort of ambivalent about it, but my objection is that those requirements aren't in place for the China associate judges. So I think we should be consistent. Once we get all of our areas locked down and people are actually thinking about doing that, perhaps we can make this change across the board so it's fair to everyone. But I don't think we should, and I do understand the board members who provided this input and want this change, but my concern is based on fairness across the board. I'm not in support of that change.
Well, Rachel, is there a reason we can't put this in the China Associate Program?
There's no reason, but it's not there and it's not proposed to be there.
Okay. Melanie Morgan, you're recognized. Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
I would like to propose that this not be specific for Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand, that it stand alone as the associate program for all areas wanting to have associate programs, such as Europe, if I can bring that up, and have Ann start with, we've already done China, have Ann start with this next one, as it has already been proposed for Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand. And then we can propose further associate programs, but to use this, I think Ann's done a wonderful job in putting this together, and use this for all associates, not just Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and then adding in China. It's the associate program.
Okay. Rich Maston, you're recognized.
Yeah, sorry, I got some questions or comments or recommendations. First question is it necessary for a motion to change the name? And if it is, then you'll probably want to do this in 2 motions. I don't know who wants to tackle that.
Well, this is being presented as an original motion. I don't think we actually passed the, we made recommendations for Ann to change things and bring them back. So this is, Ann, is that correct? This is being presented as an original motion now?
Yeah, yes, I guess so. Yeah, we can certainly change the name. I don't have an issue with that. I also agree with what Pam said. If this just becomes the associate program proposal, then we can make decisions on where we're doing it when we want to do it, because this would be across the board.
And if we change it to a universal program, we could go back and make it applicable to the China Associate Program?
I would think so.
Okay, Rich?
Okay, the very beginning of the outline, second paragraph, last sentence, and reviewed it. It's at the very end where it says the applicants that are selected by the committee would be subject to CFA board acceptance. Would like clarification from Shelley. Does that need to be shall or will, or is would okay?
I always prefer firm language, and so shall is always preferred. If you want it to be mandatory, it needs to say shall. Would is, it's just squishy, so there's always wiggle room for people to argue.
Okay, Rich, I think somebody needs to make a motion to accept this if we're going to start making changes to it.
Rachel moves.
Okay, Rachel, I need a second.
Rachel second.
Okay, thank you, Rich. Okay, so you want to make an amendment?
I'm going to make an amendment to change the word would to shall.
Okay. All right, I need a second on the amendment.
Delabar seconds.
Thank you, Pam Delabar. All right. Rich, we'll go ahead and finish out your questions, and then we'll go back to Pam's changing the scope of this.
Daryl, excuse me.
Yes.
Under program participants in the first sentence, I put will. Should that also be shall? It's a reiteration of the application process.
Shelley?
Will and shall are synonymous.
Okay.
I prefer the word shall, but will is okay.
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 All right, Rich, go ahead.
So you want me to go on with the other questions?
Well, you have questions that may require an amendment to the proposal?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, on page 23, guidelines for the CFA Associate Judge Program, number 1 and number 3, are those headers correct? It says primary breed education, or is it primary breed education and then in the CFA? Is there too many educations in both of those? That's my question.
Oh, okay. I didn't change anything there. That's how the first proposal was worded. I don't have a problem with removing the second education and the dash, if you think that would make it better.
Well, I just think you need to remove the education after the dash. That's my opinion, but I don't know that it's necessary to have two educations.
No, you're probably correct.
Okay, I need you're making the motion?
I believe so, if that's appropriate. That's my motion.
It's confusing. I'm going to weigh in. I think that that's confusing because everything after the dash is the sentence. And so if you're going to remove the education, it would be the one before the dash in all of them.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Then that's my motion. Remove the education, whatever Shelley just said.
Rachel has her hand up, but she wants to make a comment here, so.
Thank you. Those are like section headings. Primary breed education is the heading. And then everything after the dash is the description. Perhaps I should have bolded those to set them off a little bit, but I mean, there's not a duplication of the word education. It's just a continuation of the primary breed education section.
Well, maybe it could be handled by putting a colon instead of a dash.
Either way, however.
It doesn't matter to me. I'm just pointing out maybe something needs to be corrected. So.
Well, I can't make a motion. So to me, it would make sense to put, instead of dash, put a colon, because then that what follows the colon amplifies what's before the colon.
Okay.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Okay. So that part, we're going to change the dashes in those 5 sections to colons after each introductory word or clause. All right. Is there any discussion on that motion? Pam Mosier, do you have a comment about this motion we're going to do?
No, I do not.
Kenny, do you have a comment about the motion? Cindy Bird, do you have a comment about the motion about adding the colon?
Yes, but I want to add to that each of them needs to be parallel. They all need to read the same. So primary breed education, intermediate education, no dash, and so on.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so how do you want to, Cindy, how would you like number 2 to be, read how it should be?
I would say number 1 would be primary breed education. Number 2 would be intermediate education, and then your colon. Number 3, practical education, colon, operationalization, colon, end of program, colon.
Yeah, well, that's what we were doing, except number 2, there was the dash, I think, is in the wrong spot. I think number 2 should read immediate education, colon, and then education and underlying principles associated with being a CFA judge. Does that make sense? Cindy? That's
Yes,
to you.
it does.
Okay, Rich and Rachel, are you okay with taking
Yes.
the immediate, the hyphen between immediate education and put a colon after education and then insert the word education and the underlying principles? Are you both okay with that change?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So is there any further discussion on this amendment to the proposal? Okay, seeing nobody's hands up. Is there any objection to the motion? Okay, seeing no objection, by hands being raised, by unanimous consent, that change is adopted. Rich, next.
Okay, my last one is number 5, and I'll read it. End of program. This would occur when international travel becomes possible for all, and I'm going to point out the word all CFA judges so that they may be able to judge in these areas again. Is the committee really committed to wanting to wait till international travel becomes possible for all CFA judges to end the program? If so, then keep. But if not, you want to give yourself some flexibility on this, I think.
You're right. I didn't think of that. Thank you.
So,
And I don't have a recommendation on how to change it. I'm just pointing it out. Maybe somebody else wants to make a motion.
Pam Delabar.
I actually would like to see that number 5 disappear and leave the discretion to the board on when they want to enter, get rid of the associate program. Now, what I was going to say was going into some history, but never mind.
Okay. Is that part on the screen right now, Aline? I'm trying to figure out where Rich is reading that from.
Number
It's right
5.
there, right here.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Can we just remove the word all?
Yeah, I think that would work, Ann. That's what I was going to suggest. Rich, you want to make the motion, or if you're okay
Yeah.
with that?
I believe so. Let me read it.
Okay.
End of program. This would occur when international travel becomes possible for CFA judges so that they may be able to judge in these areas again. Yeah, I think that makes sense. That's my motion.
Okay, I need a second.
Rachel seconds with the right to vote no, because I'm going to amend that motion.
Okay, well, let's okay, before we have a second, suggest your wording changes to Rich so we don't have to amend an amendment. Go ahead, Rachel.
I would love to. Thank you. I am with Pam. I would like to see it removed in its entirety. The reason it's there is this came over from the China Associate Judge Program, which we adopted as an ultimate emergency measure so that we could stay alive in China. This program, to me, has gone over so well and has been so successful that I don't see why it should have an end. This is designed to provide judges for areas where we're having trouble getting into right now. Are we always going to have trouble getting into some of these areas? You bet. These clubs are really strapped, flying in judges from the US and even other parts of the world that are closer than we are. So my suggestion is to remove number 5 in its entirety, keep it open-ended, and if we want to change that at some future time, then we can do that.
Rich?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, so Rachel, you want to make your motion?
I move that we strike number 5.
Okay, I need a
second.
Thank you, Pam Delabar. Carol Krasnowski, you're recognized.
Yes, I was just going to agree with what Pam and Rachel both said. I think this program has a lot of promise and could be useful even when international travel is possible again. There are many areas of CFA that are underserved by judges at the current time. And the expense is extraordinary for some of these clubs. So I believe that it should be up to the board as to when we might want to consider terminating the program.
Okay, thank you. George Eigenhauser, you're recognized.
A couple of different things. First, I think we should distinguish between accepting new applicants into the program and terminating the people who have already been accepted in the program. When we have travel again, are we going to suddenly decertify, or whatever we're going to call the process, all of the people who were already in the program, or are we simply going to stop taking new applicants? I'm not sure which was intended in that. And I would also point out that there's a section 5 down below, end of program, that we should probably be talking about if we're going to take that out of here as well.
Okay. So Rachel, you want to amend your motion to strike out both?
I don't think the section 5 below is necessarily inconsistent, but it should probably be renamed. The section 5 below, end of program, could be changed, just change the title to transition into regular judging or something like that, because that's really what it's intended to cover.
Okay, I get that. You're talking about the highlighted phase 5 end of program.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay. All right. So Ann, you want to, or Rachel, somebody want to rename that so that we can handle, well, let's take the first one. Let's take the one up above first. Okay. Rachel's motion is to end the program to strike number 5. Pam has seconded it. Rachel, do you want to make additional comments?
No, but we'll take the heading of that other section separately, correct?
Yes, correct. Okay. All right. So is there any further discussion on striking from the proposal, item 5, end of program? This would occur when international travel becomes possible for all CFA judges, so they may be able to judge in these areas again. All right. Any further discussion on that? Is there any objection to Rachel and Pam's motion to strike that from the proposal? All right. Seeing no objection, that is stricken from the proposal. Now, Rachel, let's go to phase 5, end of program.
Yes, I move that we change the name to phase 5, transition to regular judging program.
Okay. Is there a second on that?
George will second, but there's also a discussion in the body at the conclusion of this program that should probably be removed as well.
Yes. Okay. Okay. You could just I think you could just remove the clause at the conclusion of this program, and the sentence would read okay.
That is my suggestion.
Okay. Rachel?
I'd like that included in the motion, please.
Okay.
And I would like that included in the second.
Okay, good deal. All right. Good, great work, guys. Pam Mosier, you're recognized.
Hey, I'm confused. You've got, we're talking about the end of the program, right?
Phase 5, end of the program.
Right. Okay. So to me, you have conflicting issues. Like Rachel had suggested before on that part that was put in, that they have to go back afterwards and go into to apply as a regular judge. And this one here is complete. This one's different. It's saying that you just go and you become a judge. So there's 2 different places in this document that are conflicting to me anyway.
Okay. Any comments on that, Rachel?
So was that in this proposal, Pam, or was that in the accelerated proposal we were talking about?
No, it's in this one, Rachel. Remember you said you came out and said that you didn't agree with the change that they made, that they had to go back and go through the regular judging application process because it wasn't in the China one.
Right. I stated my objection. It got no support and we moved on. So that's when
okay. That's good. But what that said is conflicting to what this is saying, I think.
Well,
am I wrong?
Actually, I agree with Rachel on that. Because I made the comment that we can go back and add that into the China program. And Pam's motion, or Pam talked about making this a standalone that applies to all areas. And then that way it would include China. We don't want to exclude China. We want them to have the same opportunity to transition. I have talked to Ann and Ellen both numerous times about coming up with a policy for these associate judges to transition to regular CFA judge status. So there needs to be, and I think Ann has accomplished that in this proposal. It can be retroactive or applied. And if you want to somebody wants to make a motion, we can do that. But my idea is that, when we approve this, that it be system-wide. That way it would cover those people that are in the China associate program.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, Daryl, but my objection is that we're going to let these people come in as regular judges when they become associate judges. They didn't have to go through the program like regular judges did. And we're just going to go ahead and say, okay, you guys have been judging, so now you can just transition in and become a judge. I have an objection. I have an objection to that.
Well, I would too, but that's not what we're doing.
Why aren't you? It says
Because
that.
it's listed what they have to do in order to transition over.
Right. I understand, but in that transition, where does it say that you have to go back and you have to submit all of the qualifications why you want to become a judge? Where does it say that you have people that are able to go ahead and give comments on whether they agree with this? We're letting all these people be accepted just on our say so. The people in their regions and everywhere else, they don't have even a chance to comment on these people. And these people, we don't know their character. I mean, we know some of these people, but how do we know their character? We're not over there. We're not in that show hall with these people, so we don't know their character. The exhibitors aren't being given a chance to comment on these judges, and that's where I have the problem.
Okay, did you read under incentive?
Where about? I mean, I read the whole thing, yes.
The heading is called incentive. These associates, if they desire, could convert to a regular judge status with completion of a minimum of 15 evaluation shows in their specialty, a completed application, and completion of steps outlined in the judging program rules with the following adjustments. And then they've got a whole list of things that they have to do, except cattery visits are waived.
Right.
This is Cindy. I think there's an easy fix here.
Okay.
If we simply add to the phase 5 section as noted in the incentive section, something like that.
Okay, Pam, would that satisfy you?
So I just want to make sure, and this is with China too, because when we accepted the China judges, this was the same thing, that they had to go back. Just because we're letting them be associates, they have to go back and apply the regular way. Am I correct?
If they want, sorry.
Anne or Rachel, you want to answer that?
Well, if they want to become regular judges who could judge in other countries and go into second specialty, yes, they have to do the whole thing that's under incentive.
No, I'm not saying second specialty. I'm saying the specialty they are in now.
Pam, the original proposal had an incentive program for these people. Now, I don't have that copy with me, but Ellen and I talked about it when I was talking to them about what steps will they need to take in order to transition into fully licensed CFA judges. And I think Ann took the incentive program pretty much from that and added a few things. Is that correct, Ann?
The original one said they could come in as through the guest judging program. And several people objected to that at the last meeting, and I had the email from Pam objecting to that. So I had a meeting with Ellen and with Vicky as, chairs of their portions of the judging program. And we changed it to, they had to do an application, they have to do color classes. All they don't have to do are the things that are listed under incentive.
So they're not just being granted a CFA license, Pam. There's steps they have to take in order to accomplish that.
Okay, it's just my opinion, so I'm done.
Okay, Kenny Curley, you're recognized. Kenny, you're muted.
I mean, Pam does make some good points. I certainly understand where she's coming from. When this program was first put out, I objected to it because of what was going on early in this COVID crisis. But we have a different world here, and I'm certainly familiar with growing CFA throughout the world. And I think that we do need to put some trust into the judging program and what they've presented here. We don't want to short shrift those who've already been through the process here in the United States. But then on the other hand, we have a business aspect that we have to think about. We could make them continue on with certain criteria that's put out by the program, the CFA judging program. But I want to make darn sure that we don't just give them an easy road to the judging ring, but they are getting practical experience. I was very encouraged hearing what they have done so far in China, mainland China. I agree with Pam Delabar. I think we should expand this to all regions, including here in the United States, for those that are interested.
Okay. Rachel, you're recognized.
Thank you. With the guest judge portal, there are very clearly set forth requirements that include all these things Pam Moser is requesting. In this particular proposal, it says following the guidelines set up by the CFA judging committee. That could be interpreted to say the guidelines that already exist in our rules, or it could be that the judging committee is going to set up guidelines, but I would assume they would be the same as those that we already have set up.
Okay, thank you. Carol Kresnowski, you're recognized.
Yes, I think that I was one of the board members who was concerned about the incentive originally, and I think that Anne and her committee have done a wonderful job on addressing those concerns. I think that in phase 5, I think what's confusing people is that we seem to have 2 sections here. One is under the heading of the Malaysia, Thailand, that group. And then this is just associate judging program guidelines. For phase 5, it could simply read that they need to meet the incentive requirements as outlined in whatever section that is going to be in the final rules that we put forward. I think Cindy Bird mentioned that. I think that would address the issue. I'm satisfied with the requirements as they stand.
Okay. Melanie, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you. I'm confused. And if I'm confused and I don't know what I'm voting on, I'm not voting on it. While I remain fully supportive of this concept, I still think that this proposal and the rollout is premature, and I think this discussion kind of shows us that it still needs some work. I'm really glad to see the response that Anne gave us to providing on-the-job support at the shows was addressed in this, but I'm still not supportive of any of this moving forward if there's no access to at least one CFA judge. I'm also not comfortable that I understand what the process is to transfer over from the regular program. And I want to clarify from Anne that if they do transfer, they'll come over as trainees and they'll have color classes, et cetera, and have to put in an application. I don't think that's clearly spelled out in what we have here. Certainly, I'm not comfortable if it's not the case that they aren't going to have color classes and come in as trainees. And I'm not comfortable if all that we're really going to ask from them are, to transfer over from associate judge to regular judge would be evaluations, which we know are somewhat flawed in terms of the input they give us. That said, if we're going to go forward, I agree with Pam that this should be universal. We can't just pick one area or another. It should apply to everyone globally. I believe the program has so much promise and it shouldn't be rushed. And we need to take the time to have this committee rework this, bring it back as an all-inclusive program. Right now, we've made substantive changes, and I'm not comfortable with voting or supporting on it with the fact that I'm so incredibly confused.
Okay, thank you, Melanie. I think Anne's done a great job, and I think most things are spelled out here. And as I said before, we're just doing the proposal right now. If we want to make this system-wide, that takes a separate motion, and I've encouraged Pam to make that motion after we approve this. If we don't approve it, then there's no point in Pam making a motion. So who else wants to make any comments on this? We're actually wandered off topic here because we're on changing phase 5 and a little bit of wording in it. So let's
Can I
get
make
back.
a comment, Carol?
Yep.
I think the purpose of having an end of program was not, well, it was to make sure that at some point these associates have to apply and come in the regular way, and they can't continue as associates forever. At least that was my understanding. Once travel is possible for other countries to go in, then these associates have a decision to make. Do they want to apply, or at some point we have to tell them, no, you're done now. That was my issue with end of program.
Okay,
And-
well, as Carol Krasnowski pointed out, and I have often said, these people that are in the associate program that can only judge in their area or in their country can serve a purpose into the future. We've got one that doesn't even have a breeding program.
Right.
That person can still fill a niche in China. And are we going to just say, oh, you're out?
That's my question.
Yeah. So Pam Delabar, your hands up.
We had judges in the CFA program that only chose to remain like approved in their one particular specialty, not go on to double specialty, not go on to all breed. We had a program when we started Japan to raise judges, not unlike our associate program. In fact, our first Japanese judge was Bess Higuchi, and she goes back to 1971, if I remember correctly. When we started the international division, it started with Europe, and we had a special program to get judges going here also. Those programs went away, but we have now a chance to fill that niche again. We're finding out, especially here in Europe, just how localized, how regionalized we are within one region. When we can't go across a border without a COVID test. And we don't know how long this is going to go, but I want CFA to still show a strong presence. This program gives us a chance. It gives us a chance to have the regional shows. You're going to run into some of the same problems in the US in some areas where they're not allowing people to go from one state to another state. This fills a need for us. And that's why I hope that people will look at this and promote this program and approve it.
Yep, I agree with you, Pam. And this is something that Ann brought back to us. So let's focus back on phase 5 and the motion we have about those changes. Rachel, can you read us what the changes are for that proposal, please? Because I've forgotten now what it was.
We're changing the name phase 5, transition to regular judging program. And then we're striking the language at the conclusion of this program.
Okay, all right. Anyone have any other comments on that particular amendment? Okay, is there any objection to that amendment? All right, seeing no objection by unanimous consent, that is adopted. All right, anybody else have any other proposed to this program that is presented? Okay, so we've made a lot of amendments, so I'm going to call the motion to approve this program as amended. So does anyone have any comments about the amended proposal for the associate judging program? I'll call it the CFA judging associate program. Is there any objection to the acceptance of, well, I'll call the vote because I know Melanie said she's going to vote no. So all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, so the yes votes are George Eigenhauser, Pam Delabar, Rachel Anger, Cindy Bird, Carol Krasnowski, Howard Webster, Sharon Roy, Hayata-san, Rich Maston, Kathy Dunham, Kenny Curley. Anyone else a yes? Okay, if you'll take your hands down. The no votes are okay, the no votes are Melanie Morgan, Brian Mosier, Pam Mosier, John Kalila, Kathy Calhoun, Steve McCullough. And Rachel, when you calculate the votes, if you'll announce the vote.
We have 11 yes votes, 6 no votes, no abstentions.
Okay, thank you. The motion is ratified. Now, Pam Delabar, do you wish to make a motion that this program be adopted system-wide and retroactively include what's in the proposal to apply to China?
What you said.
Okay.
My motion is to make this the CFA Associate Judge Program retroactive to include the associate judges in China and to be applicable to all of CFA.
Morgan
Okay.
seconds.
Okay, thank you, Melanie. All right, Melanie, your hand's up.
Sorry.
Okay, Rich Maston, your hand's up.
Yeah, so maybe we need to talk about it. I'm not sure that it's required system-wide. I would be comfortable that we just add Europe to what's already been approved. I think maybe there needs to be some fine tuning to what we have to make it system-wide.
Well,
So
we
there-
need to, Rich, we need to encompass China.
Oh, okay. Well, I
That's
thought China
why-
was already included.
Well, they aren't, and that because we call this the Malaysia, China, Thailand, Singapore a program, and so what we're trying to do now is to make this so that we grandfather in the China Associate Program.
Oh, yeah, I don't have any objections to that. I thought China was already all set, but if we need to include them in this program as well, then we should include them along with Europe.
Well, I mean, part of the motion is to bring them in and then apply to other areas as needed.
That's the motion? Apply as other areas as needed?
Well, I
that
mean, Pam talked about, go ahead, Pam, I'll let you explain it.
It's a CFA program. When we want to bring in certain areas, Anne has to tailor to the program. We have to get applicants in from the program. Right now, we know that the next area that is going to be addressed is going to be Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and I'm forgetting somebody.
Singapore.
Singapore, yes, city-state. We know that that's going to be the next one. Hopefully the one after that's going to be Europe, but be that as it may, it's a CFA program, and we would open it to different areas as the need arises. So we know, as I said, we've already identified where it's going to be next. If it's going to be in Europe next, Anne needs to develop the instructors definitely of who's going to be able to do this. So that's why it needs to be CFA total, just
Okay.
like we have our judging program total.
Yep.
Thank you for that clarification, Pam.
Yeah, okay, you have further comments, Rich?
Nope.
Kenny Curley, you're recognized.
Yeah, I'd like, again, to reiterate, I've had discussions in many areas of the international division, but also feel that this program, if we can just blanket it to all of CFA in all areas of the world, I think would be a tremendous help for our expansion on a business sense in a case-by-case basis. And that's the motion I'd like to see put forward.
Well, that's what Pam's motion is.
Well, no, she was kind of specific about Europe.
No, she wasn't, Kenny. She said to change this to the CFA Associate Judging Program. She wants Europe to be the one to follow the Southeast Asia group. Okay.
Wide.
Pam Mosier, you're recognized.
Okay, I didn't take it that way. Rachel, can you reread what Pam stated as the motion?
Pam, do you want to restate it? I have the word system-wide.
Yes.
That was
Yes, CFA wide. This is a CFA wide program. It is I was already at the end here. This is the CFA Associate Judge Program.
Okay, Pam Mosier.
Okay, so does that encompass, I agree with Kenny, this should encompass everybody.
It does.
Well, wait a minute. So, but what Pam is stating is that we're going to take these first, and then we're going to move to Europe, and then we're going to move here. I mean, as done. I think you can't have it that way. You have to encompass everybody, and everybody has to have the same opportunity as we're giving somebody else. That means if it's in the U.S., it needs to be in the U.S. because to me, this is a total shortcut. And so if that's the case, everybody should be allowed to do this.
I agree. I agree. All I want to do is change the name and
That's
the
what the
focus.
motion is. CFA-wide Associate Judging Program. That's what the motion is. Is that correct, Pam?
That is very correct.
Okay. Do you have anything about the name change of the program, Pam Mosier?
No.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there any further discussion on the name change? We're over an hour behind. So I want to get this taken care of so we can move forward. Is there any objection to Pam's amendment to the changing the name of the program? Pam, do we need to make a separate motion to bring China in to comply with this?
I would do so if it needs to be another motion.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did. I said, and this will be retroactive to include China.
Okay, all right. Pam Mosier, are you okay with that? Since she's further clarifying her motion?
Just as long as anybody can apply, I'm good.
Okay. Well, it's going to be up to the associate. Well, we have to change Ann's title to associate judge chair, and it will be up to them if they want to do this area specific or if they want to just do a blanket thing and let everybody. Because Hong Kong is very interested in this program too. So just to make that clear. All right. All right. So I'm going to call the motion to change the name and make it retroactive to include China. So everybody in favor, raise your hand. Okay, the yes votes are Kathy Calhoun, Carol Krasnowski, Howard Webster, Pam Delabar, Steve McCullough, Rachel Anger, Cindy Bird, Hayata San, Kathy Dunham, George Eigenhauser, Rich Maston, Brian Mosier, Kenny Curley, Melanie Morgan, John Kalila, and Pam Mosier. Okay, if you people will please remove your hands. And the no votes are. All right, I don't see any no votes, any abstentions. Okay, I don't see any abstentions. Rachel, will you announce the votes when you calculate it?
We have 16 yes votes. Just a note that Sharon Roy had to leave the meeting for an emergency.
Okay.
And so we only have the 16 voting participants in addition to the president.
Thank you so much, Rachel. I appreciate that. Okay, is there anything else from the judging program that we can discuss in open session? And Barbie Yeager's not here, but she presented a report.
My hand's up.
Okay, go ahead.
On the BAOS, since we're doing it online, I'm curious, and I know Barb's not here, but maybe someone can answer this. Why would we charge the full amount that we normally charge for that?
Yes.
It doesn't seem fair. We should be encouraging people to attend this and not providing barriers to it. And our overall costs are severely or significantly decreased when we do it virtually.
Okay, Rachel Anger.
Can we promote Loretta? She's prepared to.
Oh, is she on? I didn't know she was on. I'm sorry, Loretta. Alan, can you bring Loretta in?
Yep, she's in.
Good deal. Hi, Loretta. If you're talking, you're muted, Loretta.
Okay. The date for the April BAOS in Belgium time zone is April 9th, 10th, and 11th. This is a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Pam and Peter both felt that people would be much happier doing that type of a thing rather than taking 2 days out of work. And then I do have a statement to talk about the fee.
Yep, go ahead.
Schools are
That's
supposed
what's questioned.
Schools are supposed to be self-sufficient and budgets are created to assure a positive outcome. If too few students register, several of the schools have been canceled. The last face-to-face school that we had was in Cleveland. The registration fee was $275 with a cost of $150 for our judges. The virtual school we held last fall was lowered the cost to $200 and $100 respectively. Students in the virtual school do not have the costs associated with travel and accommodations and have the luxury of taking the course at home. Thus, the virtual school is considerably less costly. When Pat Jagerberger, Barb Yeager, and I discussed what would be appropriate for the school last fall, we took a number of things into consideration. Our cost would be less than normal, but it isn't and it shouldn't be about profit or loss. It's about education. The material for the schools is the intellectual property of CFA. It's difficult to assess the value of that property, but that value must be considered. The exception of the handbook portion, which we're still trying to address, the students receive the exact same material that's been presented in the face-to-face schools. Presenting the information online does not devalue that information. Colleges and universities have not reduced their tuition cost when a class has been presented online. Students are purchasing a commodity, and they receive the same amount of incredible information, updated training resources, PowerPoint breed workshop presentations that are theirs to download and keep as reference material for as long as they wish. Our decision last fall was based on the strong belief in protecting the value of that data. The work has been put together by many hands: the Judging Program Committee, training judges, CFA judges, the CFA Central Office, Breed Council secretaries, and many talented, experienced folks working for the best interest of CFA and the judging panel. The judging program chairs are unanimously support the use of the same schedule that we had last year. The main line is it's not about profit, it's about the value of what we present. Also, we feel it would be a disservice to the people that have paid the fee that we've usually done for that type of information to lower it down to less than half. I think just negates the value of the entire process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Loretta. Okay, let me get to the panelist thing here. Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
This was, the question of the fee was brought up by me to Barb Yeager actually yesterday, and of course Loretta just came back with an answer to that. I have approximately 28 people interested in the online BAOS in Europe. With the system-wide now of the Judge Associate Program, it could even be higher. People in Europe have been, should we say, employment challenged for longer than the US has been because of COVID. In the past, Region 9 has been able to subsidize getting our people to attend the BAOS. I can't do that right now. We have not had the fundraisers and everything that we would be able to have. Our two students that we had in October, I paid their tuition. I would like to see a further reduction. One, we have 5 instructors and not one of us has any hotel, has any food problems, has any transportation. All of those costs are gone. So the intellectual value of the course, yes, definitely. But that's what we're trying to do to raise CFA in Europe. And I think 28 would be a phenomenal amount of people to have for one of our BAOSs, especially if we're able to do it online and on Europe time. I would like to see the costs reduced for everybody across the board for these online courses, because you don't have the costs associated with your instructors and what we usually see. What it can, it's a download. It's a download. And when you think that most of these people are taking this course as a second or third language, makes it even more difficult, but it shows the enthusiasm that is still prevalent in Europe. And I'm trying to find a way to keep people engaged as we're seeing them go away slowly, especially on our discussion lists, on even the CFA unofficial discussion list. We're seeing less and less conversation and communication. We've got to keep people. I want to grab them. I want to keep them. I want to make it affordable to keep them. And they already have to take, if they're employed, 1 day off of work. Sometimes it's a day and a half, because in Europe, Saturday is a normal work day, at least a half a normal work day. So I would like the board to consider a reduction for these online courses across the board for everybody.
Okay, George Eigenhauser, you're recognized.
Okay, first, I agree with everything that Pam said. I think we should look at this from a slightly different point of view. Yes, these courses have value, and we ought to be able to recoup that value. But there's also value in getting this information out. It benefits CFA for people to take these courses, because these are the potential judges and judging applicants of the future. Even people that aren't going to get into judging, it's better if people understand how CFA works and know how CFA works better. So it isn't just a matter of this is worth, X number of dollars and we need to get that money back. It is a benefit to CFA to get this information out there. And so we shouldn't look at this as a way to make money. We should do it as more of just a cost recovery thing. And if we can get more people engaged and we do it online, that definitely reduces the cost. So we should reconsider. And I agree with lowering the amount across the board for everyone.
Okay, Kathy Calhoun, you're recognized.
Thank you. You might be surprised, but I am in complete agreement with a reduction beyond what has already been put in
Oh my
place.
God.
Oh my God.
History has been made.
I'm on my 5th gummy. I don't know. But what I would like to volunteer to do, if the group would like, to work with Barb and Loretta this month, in the month of February. If you have this one coming up in April, in the month of February, get on a call and come up with an amount that, not zero, but not where we are today, and come back either via email or some quick method to get approval through the board or somewhat, so that we can have it in place for the April group and work with them on that. So I'd be more than happy to do that if it would be beneficial.
Okay, thank you, Kathy, for volunteering to do that. Melanie Morgan.
I think that would be great if Kathy does, because I agree. We really do, I think, need to readdress this fee structure when we're looking at virtual. And George is exactly right. We need to be encouraging people to stay involved and to just stay active. On the other hand, there is certainly a value, and I understand exactly where Loretta's coming from as well. We don't want to give this away because there is a value to it. So it shouldn't be nothing, but I don't think it should be the full price. So
Pam,
it would be great.
Pam Delabar. Okay, thank you, Melanie. Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
I was just going to say, Kathy, please don't make this an urgent thing that we have to bring up in the middle of the month.
It won't require another meeting.
Okay.
No, we can do this by online vote because it sounds like everybody's going to be supportive of it. And as you know, if it's unanimous consent, we can ratify that. Just ratify the vote at the next in-person meeting. Loretta, did you want to make any closing comments?
Sure, I'm unmuted here.
Yep, you are.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. The thing I'm worried about is I hate to go from $275 for face-to-face down to $100, which is what Pam is looking for. I'm sure that Barbara and the rest of us on the committee would agree to a lower cost, but I think the best idea is to work with Kathy and come up
Okay.
with something that would be amenable. The other suggestion was that possibly we have a staggered cost. People are just interested in the presentations and not interested in applying. And I will say we had 37 people at the October school.
Okay. Thank you for that information. Okay, we'll look forward to Kathy either bringing on online motion or bringing us back in April. All right.
Daryl,
Yep.
there was one other thing that came up at my last Zoom meeting with my region, and that was possibly, Loretta, if you could please take back a staggered online course to where it would be like the first weekend, it would be a Saturday, second weekend, a Saturday. Take it the 3 days over 3 weeks and have it one day, the general, and then the next week they would have, their breed breakouts and the
Okay.
same weekend.
Well,
If you could just possibly take that back, Loretta, it would be cool.
Yeah, that would be fine. The only thing, Kathy, Barbara did mention it to me. Her concern was that we lose continuity. I don't have a problem with considering it. My biggest concern would be the availability of the training people.
Yep. Okay, good things to work on, guys.
Yep.
Let's see.
And I just want to say, I think what you did, the last thing about the associate program is huge. It's a huge step for CFA. I want to thank everybody for their support in that. It's great.
Yep, thank you so much,
Thank you.
Loretta. Shall we take a 5-minute break? Entertain a motion for that.
So moved.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hearing no objection, everybody's got to go to the bathroom. So, all right, we'll meet back in 5 minutes, which would to our normal order of business. Okay, we're all finished with the judging program. Rachel, is that correct?
Our open session items appear to be complete. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We will move on to order number 6, which is a treasurer's report.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah, Kathy, you're
Okay.
recognized.
All right. Thank you. Good day, everyone. I'm going to review the Treasury Report at a high level, trusting that all of the board members have read the report, and the report will be available publicly. And I think we need to scroll down on the screen. Is Aline?
No, she may not be back.
Okay. I can continue.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Okay. From an income perspective, registration is down 7.5%, which is consistent with past reporting. Our income revenue sources, in particular those associated with registration and shows, are down due to the pandemic. Overall income is down 14%. CFA has done a notable job of offsetting these declines in revenue with significant declines in expenses. The central office expenses are down $214,000, largely driven by changes in staffing and furloughs earlier this fiscal year. Net operating income is $149,614. In addition, investments have done remarkably well under the guidance of the Finance Committee led by Rich Maston, reflecting a gain of $215,000. So considering the positive net operating position, investments, and a few other line items in my report, I am pleased to advise that in the May through December 2020 timeframe, CFA realized a profit of $382,000, which is notable.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yep.
Are there any questions?
Anybody have any questions? Somebody's got their hand up. Let me get over there and see. Rachel Anger, you're recognized.
Thanks. Not really a question. I just want to remark how amazing that is, that we're in this strong a financial position when many businesses have not been able to maintain. We're very blessed to have a devoted fancy that supports our association and a phenomenal financial team that watches over every penny. Thank you guys. You're awesome.
Yep, you're to be congratulated. That's wonderful. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Kathy, for that wonderful report. The Audit Committee is your committee. That's up next.
All right. Let Ellen scroll to the audit report, but I'll get started. Help us a little bit to save some time here. So the audit of the 2019-2020 fiscal year was successfully completed and reported on September 29, 2020. The audit firm is Maloney and Novotny LLC. It should be noted that the auditor working with CFA to close several months in the fiscal year being audited was not used for the audit due to avoid any conflict of interest or prejudices. The auditor, her name's Rachel Peters, found no difficulties or concerns. There were 6 journal entries that were reflected in the financials and reported. The opinion of the audit firm is that financial statements, practices, and principles for the audit period are in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. The recommendation is that functional expenses should be consistently reflected in QuickBooks. The central office and the accounting team is standing up a process to add functional expenses categories at the vendor level, which will address this recommendation. As a background, functional expense reporting is required by the IRS for 501c3s and 501c4s. Functional expense reporting is an effective way to report the use of funds. Are there any questions on the audit?
Okay, any questions for Kathy on the audit report? Don't see any. Kathy, thank you very much for that good report. You're next with order number 8, which is Diversity Inclusion Committee.
Okay. All right. So let me get my, because there's something that I want to read into the. Let me get to the action. All right, here we go. So the committee has focused on incorporating the recommendations made by the Legal Advisory Committee into our statement for CFA. At the end of this report, I will request for approval of the revisions. The committee would also like to engage the regional directors in committee efforts. I will be reaching out to the RDs to check availability and to schedule a Zoom meeting either on February 17th or 18th, depending on availability. In that meeting, we would like to discuss ideas and hopefully gain alignment on establishing a point person in each region to support this ongoing effort. With the engagement of the executive director, we will also schedule time with the appropriate people at central office so that we can engage at that level. With that, I would like to move to the action item, which is to approve the non-discrimination statement to be included on the CFA website and other locations as appropriate. As I stated earlier, the statement was recommended and approved by the Legal Advisory Committee and is as follows, and I can read that if you'd like.
I'd like for you to read it into the minutes.
Okay, will do. It is the policy of the Cat Fanciers Association to promote equal participation without discrimination or harassment on the basis of race, color, religion, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, age, national origin, or disabilities. The Catfish Association is proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Okay.
George will
Rich will
second.
second.
Okay. I heard George first, so we'll take George as the second. Is there any discussion? It's a very well-written policy, Kathy, and the Legal Advisory Committee. All right, I don't see any discussion. Is there any objection to the motion to approve the non-discriminatory statement as printed in our business orders? Kenny Curley?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Kathy for addressing this and for the committee that put this together. It's a good thing to do.
Okay, thank you, Kenny. Is there any objection to the motion to accept the non-discriminatory statement to be published on the website and other places as needed? I don't see hands up, so by unanimous consent, the motion is adopted. Thank you very much, Kathy.
Daryl, the only thing that I would like to just add is that it's very much appreciated how CFA and this board has embraced moving, with this committee and this decision. And I also would like to, we have a very, very enthusiastic and engaged committee. So I would just like to thank all our committee members as well.
Yep. Well, we need to get on board with the rest of the country. So
thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much, Kathy. I appreciate that. Okay, we'll move on now to
one quick thing before we go.
Okay, go ahead, George.
My name is George. In the list of committee members, my first name was omitted.
Oh.
Oh.
Eichenhauser. Well, my mistake, George. We'll fix that.
Okay, I'll accept a motion. Yeah, you know how I am about these motions. All right. Anything else? All right. Thanks again, Kathy. Great work. All right. Let's move on to order number 9, which is the Finance Committee. Rich Maston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Daryl. Just a few things I want to review quickly. The first thing I included in the report that's important is the different CFA show sponsorship programs. And I outlined each of them, which programs are available. And I also included Melissa Watson's contact information. So for the regional directors, if there's any questions or concerns out there on where to get the information, they can email Melissa directly. The second part that I want to point out is the sponsorships awarded. The information is there. Does anybody have any questions on the show sponsorship programs? Okay, very good. The next thing I would like to do is add the current account balances as of yesterday, February 5th, 2021. That is $2,935,396.75. The Wells Fargo 35% stock, 35% stocks, that should be 65% bonds, is up an additional $10,350 since this report was written. And the 100% bond account is down roughly $500. Then the last thing I just wanted to quickly point out is the report from Joe Crispino. He's our financial advisor from Wells Fargo. He reports on the annual calendar, not CFA's fiscal, and then also from May 1st to the end of December. Does anybody have any questions on Joe's report? Okay, Daryl, I am finished.
Okay, good deal. Okay. Next is the Ambassador CAT Committee, and we don't have a report from them. Did you want to make any comments, Rich?
The only comments I have is there's very little activity going on, therefore there's no report. However, if anybody has any comments or questions you'd like me to take back to Karen Lane and her team, I welcome them.
Okay, thank you very much, Rich. let's move on to CFA International Show Order number 11.
Yep. Aline is working on locations. We have heard from the Suburban Collection Showplace in Novi. There's some conflicts in being able to have an event there 2 years in a row. We're not even sure we can be in there for 2022. The Anaheim Convention Center in Anaheim, California, at this time, based on their requirements, the date is not available to us and would not be available to us until closer to the date. They have some restrictions on what types of shows can be held. And if they don't fill the spot, then they may allow us to do the activities that we do. Therefore, at this point in time, they're not a consideration. The Philly Expo Center, they do have availability for 2022 and the year beyond that, possibly the next 2 years. They do have a Family Pet Expo going on at the same time, but that still would leave 125,000 square feet available to us, which would be plenty enough space. Does anybody have any comments or questions? Aline, do you want to add any comments?
Nope, you covered it. Great.
And that's it.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rich. Our next order of the day is the IT report. James Sembro, you're recognized.
Good morning, everyone, or I should say afternoon now. I'll keep this brief. The report pretty much covers everything. I just want to again commend Steve Merritt for all of the work he's done on the genetics program. He has become, really entrenched in this and dedicated to it. Eileen and I have had one meeting with him, and we had another meeting with Shirley Denton, the three of us, and we started kind of looking at the ECAT user interface, how people are going to interface with the genetics work that's been done in the background. And we see that is going to be taking some work, and that will be budgeted in the 2021-22 budget, as well as a lot of the other projects you see there on the report. The WeChat, I did get an email back from Gavin. I don't know if he's going to say anything today or not, but they're working on their end of it. Sonnet's completed everything they needed, and I believe he said he'd hope to have it in testing by the end of this month, February. Is there any other questions on anything on the report?
Nope. Gavin, would you like to comment on the WeChat app?
Yeah, well, right now we are just in the middle of integrating the web services that was delivered to us. And after that, we'll be doing some system testing. So like I told James, we're looking for a demo at the beginning of March or end of February.
Okay. So. All right. Good deal. Okay. Thank you. Anything else, James?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your excellent report.
I have a question.
John Kalilic, go ahead.
James, can you send me email on what you're doing with the clocking module? I'm just curious. That's all.
What will you do on the which module?
The clocking module.
Oh, the clerking.
Yeah, there's no need for discussion when you have time sent, so I know what's going on.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. So our next thing is lunch. So let's see, it's 10, 11, 12, 1:38 your time. Do we want to cut it down to about 45 minutes instead of an hour?
Fine with me.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so we'll break for 45 minutes. It's 40, that would be 25, 11:25 my time, 4:25 East Coast time. Is that correct?
No, 2:25.
2:25, that's correct. I'm sorry. 2:25. All right.
Okay.
Okay, we will break for lunch. We'll stand adjourned until lunch and we'll re-pick up. Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We're gonna resume in 5 minutes.
Okay, now, okay, I see you right there, Daryl. Okay,
Okay.
sure you're doing something. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, we're
under control.
All right.
Thanks for getting back to me.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, Daryl, I've started the recording.
Okay, I see it now. Kim couldn't get on, so she had to go in and update her Zoom client because she hadn't done that. So anyway, I sent her the link and the damn thing wouldn't work, but it took her to the Zoom thing to update her profile.
Okay, good.
So she's apparently signed in now.
Yep, I did see her. I recognized her voice. I couldn't
Yeah.
figure out where she was coming from, and then I realized she was talking with you.
Yeah. There she is, Kim Everett. Okay. All right. Okay, things have gone pretty good so far, so we're a little bit behind, but hopefully we'll be able to make up a couple of things. I think we only got a couple of things on show rules. I don't think there's any action items for the Millennial Outreach Committee.
No, I think that's.
And we got a few club applications, so Carol's will take a few minutes. There's nothing in the ID committee. Georgia's got every cat foundation now instead of Win Feline. And
yeah, it doesn't look like anything too.
No. Well, when you got when you have those proposals like we had in the judging program, you're not going to get two complete proposals plus the other items that need to be covered done in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it was a lot.
Yeah, that was just I knew that was going to go over. So so hopefully in the future, now we've got, that associate program thing taken care of. And we got that alternative application process taken care of. So those things, those are complete now. So those are things that have been ongoing for a couple of years. So anyway, we got about 3 more minutes. So is Rich?
I think Rich is on video.
Yes, Daryl.
Oh, everybody's there.
Yes.
Yeah, Rich Nolte is in now, so he could be elevated to panelist at the appropriate
there,
time.
I see him. I see him. Yeah.
That
Okay.
Rich. Got him. Okay, he's promoted.
All right, cool. Yep, I see him. He jumped over. He jumped the ditch, as they say. All right. Hi, Rich. How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me, Daryl?
Yeah, you're sort of in a tin can, though.
Okay. Let me see if I can turn this down a little. Is that any better?
A little bit. It's still echoing.
Okay. Let me see if I've got anything that might be causing the echo. Is that any better, Daryl?
Yeah, it sounds like you got a motor running in the background.
Yeah, I don't think it's here. I do hear what you're talking about, though.
Yeah.
Could be all the people that have not muted their computer too.
I don't hear it now.
Okay.
Whoop, I do.
I do.
Don't worry.
Are you on your computer's microphone, Rich?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You don't have a headset available, do you?
I don't believe so. No, sir.
Okay.
Hey, Daryl, it's James. You might want to remind everybody to mute their microphones. I see a lot of people are not muted.
Yeah, okay.
I tried some microphone shaming and I don't know if it worked.
Okay, so Rich, looks like all the panelists are muted. So say something else, Rich, see if you're coming through.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay.
Okay, we got about 1 minute to go, and then I'll call the meeting back to order, and then I'll recognize you, Rich, to give your report, okay?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yep, you don't have to read it, okay? Just, you didn't have an action item, did you?
No, sir.
Okay, just, you can basically just field any questions anybody has, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, good deal. Okay, everyone, I'll call the meeting back to order and recognize Rich Nolte from the Youth Feline Project. Go ahead, Rich.
Thank you, Daryl. We've been working sort of in the background, my daughter and I, with the 4-H of New York and Pennsylvania. I've had a few Zooms with the 4-H outreach through Cornell University. And that group up there is looking like they are wanting to start a youth cat club and possibly bring in a CFA judge at some point to talk to them. So that part of the country has sort of been really hot for me because they've been contacting me a lot with questions about YPEP. We have decided that we wanted to get new t-shirts for YPEP because we think that these kids are the future rock stars of CFA, and we wanted something flashy so that they could be easily recognized in the show halls. I feel like if we as a community make them feel welcome and make them feel special, they'll take that back to school with them, and they'll take that back to 4-H and wherever else and get more kids going. With the pandemic, I didn't want to push real hard for anything new for YFEP, and I didn't want to make people feel uncomfortable going to local shows. So I've been trying to work to get this new program created that we were going to launch mid-February, where the children could make virtual prezzies or PowerPoints, and it could be judged by a rotating panel of CFA judges for cash prizes. But I wanted to make sure that it also, as a school teacher, doesn't impact the kids' summers. So that's in a nutshell what we've been working on.
Okay, great. Does any of the board members have any comments or questions for Rich for the Youth Feline Education Program? Okay, Rich, I don't see anybody raising their hands. We really appreciate the work you're doing. Okay, keep up the good work and keep us updated, okay?
All right, thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend.
Yep, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Okay, we will move on to item 14, Companion Cat World, the open part. And Kathy Black, have you been updated, upgraded?
While we're waiting for Kathy, can we get those couple people muted who are not on mute? I think that's causing some audio problems that are going to be problematic when I transcribe the minutes.
Yep.
Or maybe the call leader can mute them. They may have stepped away from their computer.
Okay, let me go over here. Okay, I gotta.
Okay, everybody. It's only Kathy who's not mute. Let me mute Kathy. I don't know who it is.
Iris, oh, there's Iris, and Yukiko's not muted.
Oh, wait. Everything is okay now.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Kathy, so Kathy Black is back.
Okay, good deal. Kathy,
Okay,
you're recognized for your report, please.
Yes, hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. All right. The report is very simple. We're mostly just talking about current registrations that have been coming in from all over the world, which is exciting for the program, and that we're excited about our upcoming virtual cat show that's going to be featuring the CCW, and hopefully we will see a lot of registrations come in through that virtual cat show. And that's basically my report.
Okay, any board members have any questions for Kathy? Melanie Morgan, your hand is raised. You're recognized.
I think Melanie's on mute.
Well, it shows unmuted on mine. She's talking, but we're not hearing you. Not hearing you, Melanie. Here, I muted you. Try to unmute again. Are you on a headset, Melanie?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
All headset must have gone dead. So Kathy, I have a quick question. And I could probably have looked it up, so I apologize for that. But when we first came up with the Companion Cat World, what were our specific goals that were stated in terms of, you know, registrations, and where are we based off of that? And also, how much of the outlay have we already spent?
I'm sorry, Melanie, what was the last question?
And how much, where are we on budget? How much have we put out? How much have we brought in is basically the gist of my question.
Okay, we haven't spent hardly anything of our budget. Our budget was to, you know, do promotional shows and other items, so we haven't really spent much of our budget. As for the entries, just like, or the registrations, just like registrations across the board, they are down a little bit, which is disappointing because we are talking about Companion Cat World at every Meowie Hour. And we are looking hopefully to really spur registrations with our virtual cat show that's coming up. One of the things that we've really wanted to do is push this to people outside our cat world. Companion Cat World's goal was to get to the millions of people that have never heard of CFA and not only get their cat registered, but also introduce them to CFA. So with the judges that we have slated for our virtual show, they are outside the CFA family, so to speak, and they have a very large social media footprint. And so we're hoping that they will bring in a lot of people that have never heard of us. We will get those cats registered, and we will also introduce them to CFA. So this virtual cat show that we've got coming up this month, we really are hoping to see a big bang out of it. It'll be disappointing if that doesn't happen, but that is our goal. Does that answer your question?
Can you hear me? I just switched to my headset phone.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Much
Much
better.
Good. All right, so I fixed it. Yes, Kathy,
So-
thank you.
Okay, Kathy Calhoun, you're recognized.
Oh, I'm not sure. Okay, if I don't know, Melanie said that her question was answered, but I think just folks need to understand that the CCW project cost us $40,000 to implement from a software development, and $40,462. No, $40,025. So that's what we have spent developing the program. I'm not sure if that's the real getting to the root of the question.
So
And
what have we seen on the income side?
So it's roughly a little bit over year to date. It's in my report, but I don't have that, like 3,000. Hang on. I don't want to, through December, $3,155.
Okay, that's all during COVID, is that correct?
Yes.
May through December.
Okay,
Now, if you look at May through December, May 2019 through December of 2019, that number is 4,138.
okay. Do we have a total on income versus, you told us, you know, we spent $40,025 to implement the program. What I'm looking for is how much total income have we reaped from spending that $40,000?
So if I go back, hang on, I can get to that number, I believe. Just hang on a second.
Daryl,
Yes.
while Kathy's getting that number, I just want to point out that we did have to do quite a bit of programming changes because this registration process is taking place out of house, essentially. We used to always do everything in-house, and then we moved to doing everything outside of CFA. So there was cost of doing business for getting that set up in the first place, just like any
Okay.
programming changes that we would do to our registration processes. I don't know if we ever look at that on a one-to-one basis saying, well, we spent X number of dollars to change our registration process. Have we recouped that money yet or not? I don't know if we've done that in the past. I don't mind looking at the income. I'm disappointed with the number of registrations as much as anybody else. But I don't think it's quite fair to say, well, we had to do these programming costs, so therefore the program has not brought in enough income to offset that.
Well, I'm not trying to place blame anywhere. Okay, all I'm trying to do is we invested we invested $40,000 in some change, and I'm looking what the ROI is.
So I ran a report. I'm in QuickBooks right now, and I ran a report. I'm not sure what the exact date that would take a little bit more digging, exactly when we started to spend against this project. But I ran a P&L from May 1st, 2017 through February 6th, 2021. And if I added all that up, it's $23,152.
Okay, all right. So we're heading in the right direction.
Now, I'm not sure. Does anybody recall, maybe Kathy, you recall when the project was
instituted?
Well, we took a year to come up with a name. So
let me ask James. Is James still on the line?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm trying to remember. I want to say it was a May of something, but
I think
May of 18, maybe.
No, I think it's Aline. I think it was May of 2019. May, June, July of 2019.
Okay.
Is when we had the software. And just one other point, the software, it hasn't been taken totally out of CFA. CFA still has all this data. The big part was the picture. It's the ID card. We never dealt with having a picture that we had to upload as part of a CAT's record. It's on an ID card. So that was the big change. The ID cards are printed outside. So but just to clarify, CFA has the data. They're registered CFA.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Eileen. I didn't mean the entire thing was taken out. She's right. We had never associated an image with a registration, and that's what took the $30,000 from Sonnet to get that implemented.
Okay.
So if I run the numbers from May 1st, 2019 to today, or whatever's in QuickBooks as of today, it's $8,122.80.
Okay. All right. Kenny Carly, you're recognized.
Yeah, just for point of clarification, CCW was intended to be, in addition to what the initial intent was to be a boon to the country of India. India, I had planned, and we had meetings in Kuwait about this, to introduce CFA through, in addition to the shows that we've already had there. And COVID just put a total stop to that. They have a similar program that the clubs there were very interested in partnering up with CFA, where they've had over 30,000 people just to register, cats that would be very interested in the program that we would have to offer. So, this is still in its infancy. COVID has destroyed a lot of plans, and I think we should definitely continue with it. And the way it's set up, to me, it could be a financial boon to us over a period of time. So we just need to give it some time.
Yep. I think, Kenny, after COVID's done, what we need to do in some of these outlying areas, have a really robust marketing campaign to market this program so that people can register their cats. John Kalila, you're recognized.
Yes, this is just my observation. I put on a pet fair 2 years ago in Pittsburgh. There were over 20,000 people walking in. All there was a CCW display. I think we need somebody there pushing it for the whole weekend. We could sell a lot more.
Okay.
And I will be having a Pittsburgh Expo this year again. I do not know which weekend. I recommend we have somebody manning a booth and push for this. There will be, if everything works, the weekend, there'll be 20,000 people coming through.
Okay.
That's a lot of people. A lot of people could sign up.
Okay, that sounds good, John. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Pam
Carol?
Mosier, you're right. Let Pam's had her hand up.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to say that, yeah, we've invested the $40,000. That's it. I was against this from the very beginning, but it was sold to us that we were going to be registering 50 to 100,000 cats. And as it has turned out, we have not, but I know it's only been 2 years. But my point is, I don't think we should invest any further. We've already got the 40,000 in, but going further, I think would be a mistake.
Are you talking about investing in the program or the program itself?
I'm talking about if they come back and say, oh, I need another $10,000 for this, I just think that would be money not well spent.
Okay, all right. Yeah, well, if they do that, then we'll have to have that discussion at that time.
Well,
but it's good point, Pam. John, you still have your hand up? Kathy Calhoun?
I'm quickly trying to lower.
I just have a quick question, Daryl,
Oh,
Aline.
yep. Okay, okay.
When we're talking about not investing any more money, is that with the programming end, or are you also talking about not investing any money in promoting the program? Because just because we build it doesn't mean they will come. I mean, so I just wanted to be clear on.
Well,
if
we don't spend money, we won't make money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just a concept of business. And we have to understand if we have invested over $40,000 in a program, if we decide that we're not going to spend the money to market the program, why the hell did we spend the $40,000 to begin with? So it only makes sense that we're going to have to try to come up, without going crazy on expenses for marketing the program. But we got a committee that heads that up. So, Kathy, did you have further comments?
Yeah, I do. The $40,000 built the house. The house is built. It's done. In order to move forward, so we have a process for this. The committee would submit a budget, would give us some rationale of why they want it, and it would come back to the board in April.
Yeah, for approval.
For approval. So that's what we should do.
Yep. Thank you, Kathy. That's a good point to make. Kenny Curley, you're recognized your second time.
Just to finish the discussion, it does take money, as you said, Daryl, to make money. And this program definitely has a lot of potential, and I don't think we should abandon it.
Yep. Thank you, Kenny. That's a good point. Kathy Black.
Yes, thank you. We have a lot of big plans, and COVID unfortunately put a halt on a lot of those. We would like to see standalone CCW shows. You know, we've talked about a lot of different aspects of promoting this program, and I think that it has a lot of potential. Like Kenny said, I think that we're just at the tip of the iceberg. There's millions of people that have cats that love their cats and would love to register their cats with this program if they just knew about it. So it does boil down to marketing, and it does boil down to us getting the word out about CFA. That was the whole intention, was to educate people about CFA. So that leads to other things, starting a cattery, attending a show, showing a household pet.
Okay.
So thank you for everyone's support. We will hopefully see some uptick and offset our costs so far, but I do believe we're just in the infancy, like it's been said.
Yep. Any other comments on CCW? Kenny, your hand's up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Kathy. We appreciate your hard work.
Thank you.
Okay. Business order 15 is marketing, and I see that now we have a report.
And Desiree has been promoted to panelist.
Thank you.
Hi, guys.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi.
Nice to see everybody.
Yep.
So to piggyback on what Kathy was talking about the CCW specific event that we're doing on the virtual cat competition platform, the marketing strategy for CCW for this was not to really spend any money out of pocket, but to partner with big names in the pet world. So what we did was partnered with Sterling Trap King Davis, who has had a ton of media attention lately from Drew Barrymore, Today Show, Washington Post. He is really big in TNR, which is trap, neuter, and return. So we've done a few things with Sterling in the past. We met him at the Academy, which is another CCW initiative that Eileen and I did, oh gosh, I don't know, over a year ago, 2 years
A year ago, yeah.
But yeah, we had met him there and we really became very fond of him. Kathy had him on Meowie Hour. So I reached out to him and asked him if he'd like to do an event for CCW. He is a card carrying CCW member, his cats. Okay. So with him and his agent, who is Mary Tan of Whisker Media, we got together and we put together some of the top names in the cat influencer world. Nathan the cat lady, he's actually an actor and he has his own large following. The two crazy cat ladies, Sunglass Cat, of course, and a few other big names. So they have all agreed to donate their time and they're going to be judging at our event. So that is going to be, just with them together, that'll be about 3 million impressions that the show will get. That's, if everyone posted one time, that's 3 million impressions with those influencers. And then also some of the companies that are fans of Sterling and or he works with have offered to sponsor the show as well to help with expenses and to earn, you know, some funds for prizes and donating some prizes and things like that. So if you take a look at the website, it actually goes live. Well, the site's up now, entries open tomorrow. There's a link down at the bottom. You'll see all the awesome new hip popular brands on there. You'll see a page of who these judges are. So that to enter the event, it's $15. And what that does is it allows them, it gets them in the main event for spectators' choice voting. With that $15, they're going to get their CC membership card. And then after that, there's a $5 fee to enter any additional classes, which are the classes that are judged by the cat influencers. So I put together a budget and gave it to Eileen. And right now we're just moving forward, getting everything ready. I have Iris, who is, everyone should know that she's like the best writer ever. She is writing content for about 100 posts that we'll be sharing with all the influencers. Mike is going to do his magic on Facebook. Lorna told me today she'll be happy to share also with her following and all the groups that she belongs to. So together, I mean, we probably are estimating probably about 5 million impressions for this event. So I think that about covers it.
Okay.
Anyone has any questions about it or?
Any questions for Desiree? Okay, doesn't look like anybody has any questions. Thank you and good luck, Desiree. Good work.
Thanks.
Okay, let's see, we're to Business Order 16, which is Mentor Newbie Report. And I think that's Kathy Calhoun again. I mean, Kathy Black again.
Am I still on?
Yep, you're here.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize I was still here. Okay.
Yep.
I just wanted to say thank you to everyone that has volunteered to be a mentor, either with a new breeder or someone at a show that's a new exhibitor. I get requests every week for people looking to be mentored. Either they're looking to start a cattery or they've started a cattery and they're needing help. I want to reach out to people in the international division. I still need more mentors from Malaysia, China, Indonesia. I struggle to come up with people and I get a lot of requests from those areas. So if you are on this call and you are interested in being a mentor or anyone, anywhere that's willing to be a mentor, please email me your name and the breeds that you work with, so I can have a list, because I'm running out of people and I'm loading up too many people with new proteges. We came up with the team newbie sticker, which is something that the people that are helping those new exhibitors at the cat shows are wearing to identify them. You can see a picture of it there. I know that the show going on this weekend in Huntsville, I think there's 3 new exhibitors that each have their own show mentor to help them navigate the show scene and help them get their cats in the ring and explain what's going on with the shows. So this is something I recommend all of the different regions to do. I know that it happened at the show, this last show that happened up in, where was it, Virginia? Yeah, thank you. I know that it was kind of a team effort. It wasn't necessarily that there were people identified up front, but it's best if you do identify the new exhibitors, they check the box on their entry form that they are a new exhibitor. So the entry clerk has a list of those. They need to be corresponding to the coordinator for that region, and the region needs to set up volunteers to help those people to make them have a good experience. The better their first experience, the more likely they'll return, regardless of the success their cat has. We want to make them feel like family. So that's basically what's going on here. I'm still, Teresa Kiger is in the process of updating the newbie website. We're going to expand that to also include mentoring. So we're in the process of getting that done. And that's about all I have on my report, if anybody has any questions.
Okay, Kathy Calhoun, you're recognized.
I do have a question. So this sticker logo that's on your report, do these sorts of things, I'm assuming this is your logo, your new revised logo? Is that what this is?
This is just a sticker that is given to the person that's acting as the mentor to a new exhibitor, just to identify them.
Because the thing that concerned me when I saw this, that just kind of popped out at me, is that the item that has the smallest font on this sticker is the name of the organization, the Cat Fanciers Association. I mean, I'm old, so I almost needed a magnifying glass to find it.
Well, they're only being worn at a CFA show. So I understand your concern, but they're only being utilized at CFA shows.
But okay, I don't think that overrides the concern. And I just don't know. I thought at one point in time we had some sort of process for approving logos and this sort of thing, but maybe this is a minor thing. But I would just as a note, I mean, you've done it and you already printed them, so that's fine. We don't want you to destroy anything or waste any money, but I think that whenever we do anything, that the Cat Fanciers Association, whether we intend for it to be internal or external, that should not be hard to find.
Okay, well noted.
Yeah, you could almost make a small version of the CFA logo and put it into the black and the yellow of the body.
Yeah.
And then
or you could, put the CFA around the circle like we do in a lot of things. We do it around the circle. I just think it's lost. It's lost.
Yeah, your point's well taken.
Yeah, I'll take that back to Teresa. I think we just had a limited number of these printed up, so it would be easy to modify it for the next version.
Okay, thank you. Melanie Morgan, you're recognized.
Yeah, I had the same exact observation Kathy did, and I understand they're only being used at shows. However, every time that we go out in public in whatever capacity is an opportunity to market ourselves, and we should be front and center. It should say CAT and it should say Cat Fanciers Association, and this says B, and then you have to search for Cat Fanciers. So I definitely think we should look at a revamp on this.
Thank you, Melanie. Anyone else have any comments? Okay, you want to close it out, Kathy?
Yes. Thank you for your feedback. I'll take it back to Teresa and we can work on a revised version of that. But I do want to again reiterate, anyone that's willing to be a mentor, and I'm still looking for some feedback from the regional directors also, so I know who all their coordinators are. So my email address is in this report. Please send me that information. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Kathy. Okay, let's move on. to order number 17, which is the Legislative Committee / Group. George Eichenhauser, you're recognized.
Well, you've all read the report, and if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. The one thing I want to really emphasize to people, though, is even though we're locked at home with COVID in many areas, life goes on. Legislators are still out there. They're still passing laws. They're still doing things that could be detrimental to us. Texas in particular has been a real hot spot recently, and we expect it to continue to be a hot spot, but it is coast to coast. So I just want to warn fanciers that even though some of the big face-to-face conferences and other things are gone, legislation goes on. So please be aware of what's happening in your area, because sometimes if it's local, you pick up on it faster than we do. So stay on guard. Don't let your guard down. Other than that, if anybody has any questions, I'm here.
Okay, Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
Not particularly a question, George, but just to let you know that there has been some very severe laws passed in Switzerland that's also bleeding into the lower part of Germany. Not that we have a lot of shows in either of those areas that are affected, but it does present a problem where there's actual bans on Japanese bobtails, Carillion bobtails, Manx, Kimricks, of course we consider those long hair Manx, and any other cats basically that show a genetic change, like with the bobtails, Scottish folds, etc. So it's not only happening in Belgium, picking up in France, but now in Switzerland, and it has basically really concerned one of the other major organizations within Europe. It's really affecting them badly. And I wish I was still in San Antonio, or I would have been fighting a whole bunch of that.
If you can put me in touch with some of the people in the other organizations that are dealing with this, even if I don't necessarily understand German law or how it processes, we can still, provide information and lend CFA's name if that helps.
I'm glad that you brought that up, because I already recommended they contact you. So I'm glad that you did that. The thing is that it was actually CFA Rito Gefeller who sourced all this information, and the other organizations had not had an idea that it had been upgraded in 2 years. And so we were actually the lead info on this, but I have definitely given your name out.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Pam. Any other questions for George on the legislative group?
Rich has his
Rich
hand up.
Maston. Yep. Thank you, Rich. Go ahead.
Unmute.
George, is there any update on the Pet Night on Capitol Hill, September 2021, since you submitted this report?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
All right.
last year they started, last year they started scouting out dates in January, but this year, because they had to cancel the in-person, I'm not sure what they're doing. I don't even know if there's going to be an in-person this year.
Okay. All right, George, thank you for that report. Now we'll move on to the old Wind Feline Foundation name, which has now been updated to Every Cat Health Foundation. So George, you're recognized.
Actually, hopefully Drew's been promoted.
He is.
I am here.
Good. Welcome, Drew. We appreciate you coming in today.
Well, it's my pleasure. And I wanted to mention the last time I addressed the board was about 2 years ago in Verona, New York, which had nothing but a casino in it. I never thought I'd ever want to go back to Verona, New York. But I would give anything to see you guys in Verona, New York right now. So you have the report. I'm not going to go over it. I just wanted to give you some idea of what this entailed and why we did it. Basically, it was something that really grew so rapidly. No one thought 53 years ago that we'd be this successful, except for Robert Wynn, who knew exactly what he was doing. And you may not recall that in 2007 for your annual magazine, I wrote an article about him. So I got to know a lot about him, and he was very pragmatic and a visionary who was very often spoke his mind. and pushed others to be forward thinking as well. And while he would have been honored to be the namesake of our organization, he would have known that eventually it would be limiting, and he wouldn't have liked that. And in fact, it's really with his memory in mind that we dared to change the name to appeal to a broader audience. Initially we were focusing primarily on pedigreed cats, but for many years we've addressed the health and well-being of all cats, including shelter cats, feral cats, pet cats, every cat. And our new name declares this. That's the point of it. I think it's a name that Robert Wynn would approve of, and I hope he would applaud our vision and the fact that we are trying to reach a larger audience. But the fact is we've become a victim of our success. In our next grant review next month, we'll be able to fund about $300,000 in grants. That's our budget. And at $30,000 a grant, which is minimum, that's 10 grants. We have 64 proposals. Now, not all of them would pass our rigorous review process, but about half of them do statistically, which means theoretically we could fund 30 grants if we had the funding. But that would mean $960,000, almost $1 million. But it does mean, if you think about it, we could triple our impact right now, today, if we had the funding to do it. And so it's something that we put a lot of thought into over the last year and a half or so, about how we would do this and how we would go about doing it. And we looked at where we are and where we want to be. Currently, our donors own about 2 million cats in total. And there's about 80 million owned cats in the United States alone. If you figure there's 2.1 cats per household, which there is, that means there's 40 million people that own cats just in this country. If we only reach 1% of those, that's an additional 400,000 supporters. And if they all donate $10, that's $4 million right there. So it's, our prospects are good if we can reach those people. And that's what the rebranding is about. It is certainly not to lose, denigrate, or diminish the memory of Robert Wynn by any means. In fact, he was the reason that we did this. Because we really thought about, very, very hard what to do and how he would have done it. And I think that's really why we came to this point. Now, quite frankly, I'd rather you guys just give us the money. $1 million, $4 million would be great, but we know what kind of constraints you're under the last year. Everybody is, and you've always done everything that you could for us, and we have always appreciated that. So I'm not really here to ask you for that. What I would like to have is your endorsement. I will say that there are some clubs that have reached out to us and they were a little bit concerned about, what this meant and whether we were going to change. And really, the rebranding changes our name. It will change to some degree our donor base, we hope, but it's not going to change us. It's not going to change what we do. It's not going to change our focus. We're still dedicated to funding the same groundbreaking feline research that benefits every cat every day. And we're never going to change that. And I think that's what Robert Wynn would want us to do. So I wanted to just give you a heads up on what this meant. It's not going to change much other than the name. We'll always be a part of CFA, and that will never change.
Okay, thank you very much, Drew. It's a nice explanation. I'll be honest with you, I was a little bit taken aback when I saw it myself, and I sort of felt like it was an affront to Robert Wynn when I first read it. But after I watched your video online,
yeah.
and after hearing your report, this does make sense to me. So. I'm going to ask the board for some comments right now, if that's okay with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
Thank you. Dr. Drew, I have had some correspondence going on with your executive director, who happens to have a Finnish last name, and I'm in Finland. And I'm glad to see Heidi Anderson is part of the scientific advisors. She's out of Helsinki. Just some questions. Supposedly there was strategic planning going on for a year. Was our liaison made aware of this?
Your liaison was part of it.
Okay.
And I just to reiterate, this was addressed in all of the reports I made over the last year. Not that I would have read all the reports cover to cover either, but it is something that we have brought to your attention from that standpoint. It really didn't amount to anything until fairly recently, so there's nothing really I could talk about because the process was lengthy and quite involved, and has come to fruition only really within the last, I'd say, 2 to 3 months.
Well, supposedly that all the donors had been surveyed, and I was just wondering how many hundreds of thousands of dollars did CFA need to get before we were surveyed?
We didn't survey all the donors. We surveyed a selection of donors, about 10%, which is a fairly typical way of doing it. We also commissioned some focus groups, and we used a marketing company to guide us through this, because the rebranding is a fairly complex process to go through, and you do need professional help to do this properly.
So noted. The website, which I have been over, there is no segue going from Win Feline Foundation into Every Cat Health Foundation. Now, one thing I do want to state, in the past, when we have looked at the verbiage that was used, we didn't use research, we used health studies, because there's a major part of the population in the US and somewhat in Europe over here that views research as cats with exposed skulls with electrodes put in their brains and stuff like that, where health studies has a much more positive connotation to it. And as for the other comment I want to make is, as for breed-specific studies, one, CFA has always had as our first object to our Constitution the well-being of all cats, not pedigreed cats, all cats. Our studies were such things as taurine content in cat foods, which I think helped all cats. Early neuter spay, which has had a phenomenal effect, not only on pet cats that the CFA puts out, but also has had a major impact on shelters and humane societies. I had a Zoom meeting with the people in my region, which encompasses 42 countries throughout Europe. They're not happy. They think that CFA should have more, considering the history since 1968, should have more impact and more acknowledgement of what this has been over these years. I know rebranding, I know branding and licensing very, very well. It's not an easy thing to do, but you don't cut off your history to go forward. It doesn't work. That's it, Daryl.
Okay, thank you, Pam. Do you want to respond to that, Dr. Drew?
You know, it is something that we gave a lot of thought to. This is not something that you just go do. And Pam, obviously, you know quite a bit about this, so you can inform me. The process of doing this really was more of letting people know who we are and what we do. Robert Wynn's name was an appropriate moniker for our organization when we were just part of part of CFA, which is how it started. We were originally the CFA Foundation back in 1968. But as we grew, we were dealing with more and more people that didn't know who Robert Wynn was, nor did they know what we did. We were spending an inordinate amount of time explaining ourselves. And in order to reach the numbers of people that we would need to do to increase the impact of what we do, it became obvious to us that we needed to do something different. And thinking about how to do that was thinking about what Robert Wynn would do. And I'm not kidding about this. I don't mean to just keep bringing up his name out of respect, although that's certainly a very good way of doing it, but he was somebody who really thought outside the box. And so that's what we ended up doing as well. And as far as we're concerned, that was a way to honor his memory. What you're saying, Pam, however, is not falling on deaf ears. I think a transition to the name is something that should be more prominent in the website. And I will tell you, making that new website out of the old site was one of the most excruciating experiences I've ever had. That took absolute months. So it's still a work in progress to some degree. So that's not off the table. And I appreciate you bringing it up because I think it's a very good idea to accentuate that aspect of it. But the bottom line is what Robert Wynn did and what CFA did then, and I think what CFA still wants to do, is impact the health and well-being of every cat. It's, as you point out, that's what CFA stands for. We were told during our focus groups and some of the surveys that we did was that we were associated primarily with pedigree cats. And certainly we started that way, but we have evolved from that as well. And really, the way we look at it is, it's a cat. It's, you know, it's if it's going to benefit from what we do, then that's why we want to do it. So I think the future that we have, the impact that we have, and the impact that CFA will have by founding us will be greatly magnified by this process. I hope that we'll make you proud.
Okay, Kenny Carly, you're recognized. You're muted, Kenny.
Thank you for taking the time to address the board on this issue. I do believe it certainly took me by surprise. Why was CFA not included in the focus group, particularly since we were the founding author of this particular movement? And secondary, does your website have reference to the fact that CFA started this foundation and that Mr. Wynn was the one that was responsible? Those are my two questions.
Most of the people that we surveyed were CFA individuals, not all of them. They were donors of ours, but many of them were affiliated with CFA. So the donor base was surveyed. The website does speak about Robert Wynn. In fact, I'm very pleased, Darrell, that you saw the video because I probably recorded that about 18 times before I got it right.
Yeah.
But it speaks very much about Robert Wynn.
Yes.
And again, I've done quite a bit of research into his history and what I can find out about him. And I would not go so far to say that I know him because I was 14 years old when he passed away. But I do think I understand what his point was, what his vision was in doing this. One of the pages on our website talks about our partners. It was one that I actually wrote myself because I thought that really was important to highlight the people that not only that were associated with but that were responsible for our genesis. And the very first partner on that page is CFA. It's prominently displayed along with your logo because we do want to acknowledge the fact that we came from your organization. Even though we are now a standalone organization, we will never really consider ourselves anything but associated with CFA. And I think I can speak for my board in saying that as well, because, and I think George will corroborate that. We talk about this fairly frequently amongst our board.
Okay, so I'm only just viewing what's up on the screen right now. The only CFA person that I see on there is George Eigenhauser. and he's just a liaison to the CFA board. He's not really an official.
No, I am an official board member. In addition to being the liaison to CFA, I am a WIN board member. And I have been for 17, 18 years.
Okay, well, that's not listed here.
And we also did have another board member who's just retired. And so we actually are looking for a board member or two. So if one of you would like the job, I'd be delighted to speak with you. But it was something that we brought up at one of our board meetings, that we need to keep that connection to CFA. Yeah. We don't expect to ever let that go.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'd just like to, instead of liaison to the CFA board, I would like to see George listed as every Cat Health Foundation board member. That's my only suggestion.
You mean listing him twice, or just clarifying what his title?
Well, I mean, I don't know that you have to put that he's a liaison to the CFA board. We know George is a liaison because because he's the one that gives us the report on what you guys are doing.
I have a suggestion. Maybe move me from standing alone to put me in with the other board members.
Sure.
But then just put parenthetically after my name.
Yeah,
also liaison
yeah.
to CFA board.
Yeah, that would, I think that would make me happy anyway. So I don't know about the rest of the board, but
I'll certainly do that.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have any questions for Dr. Drew or George for that matter? Okay, I don't see anyone raising their hands. Dr. Drew, thank you very much for taking time from your day to come and address the board about the Every Cat Health Foundation. We appreciate that. Okay.
It's my pleasure, Darrell. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Hope to meet you in person soon.
I look forward to it.
Okay. Thank you again. Okay, let's go on to order number 19, which is the International Division. And Kenny, I don't think there's much in here. We got a few emails from certain people. I don't know if Matt or Gavin or Russell have anything they want to add.
Yeah, I'd like Eileen to promote Russell, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Is Bob Zenda on? I don't know if Bob is on or not.
I don't know who. There's a Bob 2018 laptop. I have no idea who that is. It's probably not.
I'll go ahead and preface. Things have been very, very smooth in China. They've had a limited number of shows. Russell is just going to present a review in his area. The Middle East has been totally quiet with the exception of the site that we've already discussed and will discuss in closed session. As far as the other areas of the ID, Bob is reporting as well as Matt that things to be under total control. Quiet, but a lot of this has to do with COVID, as much of what we're faced with in CFA. So once Russell gets on, he will give you the review of China in particular.
Okay, in the chat, Bob 2018 laptop said I am on. So Bob, just type in the chat if
I promoted him.
Okay, all right.
And I changed his name.
Okay. All right.
Okay, good afternoon.
Hi, Russell, go ahead.
I'm just going to review some of the accomplishments that we made in China. We implemented an entry clerk system in mainland China, and we invited 5 candidates to join our program. These candidates were chosen by myself, Eva, and Gavin. We asked that they had experience in ring clerking and master clerking, and also some command of the English language. To be fair, we chose them from all different areas. They represent the North, East, and West. They had a 90-minute entry clerk training program through Zoom. They all worked with CFA IT and took a entry clerk test, and thank God they all passed. I was going to cover the WeChat app, but Gavin covered it, and I do hope we have a demo for the March meeting. The Associated Judges Program. When I became chair, this program, I guess, was just being implemented. And I can tell you, I received many emails from exhibitors saying that they were unpleased with this program. They felt the applicants weren't picked in a fair way. And actually, some wanted to show in other organizations. I did explain to them that they will be under the supervision of the CFA judging program. And I begged them actually to enter the shows. And if they do, they might be surprised on what they see. And please give CFA a chance. Our first show was held October 24th by Mountain City Cat Fan Club. It was a licensed CFA show. It had 2 all-breed rings. And I think the entries were 101. And I was told that the exhibitors came from many parts of China. So I'm glad that they listened to me and gave us another chance. Also, just an update, we're having many new clubs applying from all different areas of China. And the clubs also, a lot of them are looking for dates to put on shows. So I feel CFA now is getting stronger in China. I think also that my team and myself has proven to the exhibitors that things going forward will be fair and all would have an input. I want everybody's input from China to see if we can improve things on how shows are produced. Lastly, I'd like to thank Kenny for his continuous support and help as I am always picking his brain, and to the board for their support and approval on moving China forward. You've been a great help. My goal when I was asked to be chair was to promote fairness and unity in China, and I feel myself and my team has accomplished this. I thank you all for your time.
Good. Thank you, Russell. We really appreciate that. And that's what it's all about is unification. So Bob, are you unmuted? You're still muted, Bob.
Okay, how about now?
There you go.
Okay, yeah, we've got a very, very poor connection. I don't know if it's because weather back east or what, but as I said earlier in my email, that not a heck of a lot's been going on because of the pandemic, but I've been keeping in touch with the clubs in the ID, mainly working on them, making sure that they got re-registered and got their dues and membership lists on, because the interest without the shows obviously wanes unless we keep the pressure on or keep encouraging them. And as you know, we've made quite a bit of progress, and there's only 13 clubs left in the ID that have not submitted their dues and membership lists, and I'll keep working on that.
Okay.
I would like to thank the board and Ann Mathis for bringing the associate judging program forward for other countries in the ID. I hear from the clubs as well in the ID who wondered how successful it was going to be, and I think they're a little surprised and pleased to see how well it's going. And although I'm not on the China committee, I certainly have a lot of relations with them, and I hear from the people who are in that program, and they are delighted and honored and pleased to be a part of it. And I think we're going in the right direction.
Okay. Great, Bob. Thank you very much. Gavin, would you or Matt like to add anything? Eva?
I'm Matt here. I have nothing to add. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Appreciate you signing on today.
Yeah, we don't have anything to add right now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Gavin. Appreciate it. Okay, then do you want to take a break or shall we continue on with club Applications?
Before we take a break, can I just go back to one item?
Sure.
the survey that we were talking about, I remembered it going out to CFA, but I wanted to double check before I said something. It went out on CFA News on May 8th of 2020.
Okay.
So people had questions about why didn't CFA get the survey? It went out on CFA News.
Okay. Thank you, George, for that. Melanie, you're recognized.
Yeah. First of all, I'd like to thank Kenny and Russell and Bob and Ann and all of them for the work I know that they have to be doing frantically behind the scenes for our international division. But does anyone else have a problem with the fact that we have, that none of this was basically given to us in a report form the way that all of our other committees have done? And that we're simply, it doesn't give us a chance really to put together any questions if we don't really know what's being addressed. So, and maybe I'm just being unreasonable on that. I just thought I would mention that.
Well, I will tell you, Melanie, when I saw the report, it was blank. I sent an email to Russell, to Bob, and to Kenny, saying, is there nothing to report for your division? And so anyway, some of them sent a quick email back to me. Basically, there wasn't much to report, just like Matthew did. Maybe I should have shared that, but it wasn't an official report. It was just an inquiry that I sent out. So yeah, I agree with you. We should have something written so that we can read, and if we have questions that we can query the chairs of those committees. I agree with you.
It's a really important area for us in terms of growth in our future. And this is a perfect opportunity when we're not all that, crazed to actually doing regular business for us to be addressing issues and for us not to have any action items or updates or whatever now, to me, it's a lost opportunity.
Yeah. Kenny?
Yeah, just to respond to Melanie, because things are going so smooth, there really wasn't anything to report at this particular time. I had intended for Russell to do a review, and that's exactly what he did. And I'm very proud of what this committee has done and what they have accomplished thus far.
Okay, thank you, Kenny. Any other comments on the ID? Okay, so it's 12:27 here on the West Coast. So let's take a 10-minute break and we'll resume at 12:37. And Aline, if you'll pause the recording. Okay, the break time has expired. It's 37 past the hour. The meeting will come back to order. Our next order of business is order number 20, which is club applications. Carol Krasnowski, you're recognized.
Thank you, Daryl. Before we get into the applications, I do have some other action items to consider. First of all, as listed in the club report, 6 clubs submitted the resignations to CFA, 3 from Region 1, 2 from Region 7, and 1 from Region 9. My motion is to accept the above listed club resignations with regret as of the effective dates noted.
Okay.
Rachel will make a standing second to Carol's motion.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there any discussion or any further? Kenny Curley, you're recognized.
I do believe Kenny's hand was up from before, but I'm not sure.
Okay, all right. I'll see if I can. All right, I just lowered his hand. Okay. Now his hand's up again. Kenny, are you there?
I apologize. I'm done.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so we have a motion and a second on the club resignations. Is there any further discussion? Is there any objections to the resignations of the 6 listed clubs? Hearing no objections, by unanimous consent with regret, the motion is adhered to.
Okay, the next item is the Up in Smoke Society included in their resignation request that the club name not be reissued to any CFA club. They wish the name to always be remembered as a highly respected club that functioned with the greatest integrity. My action item is that the club name Up in Smoke Society shall not be reissued or reused by any CFA club.
Okay, and we have a standing second
Andy
from Rachel. We have a standing second from Rachel, Kenny.
Okay.
Okay, to Carol's motions. Is there any discussion on this action item? Is there any objection to the action item as stated by Carol? Okay, hearing no objection by unanimous consent, the motion is agreed to. Okay, Carol, continue.
Okay, the next item is a club name change request from Tokyo Skytree Cat Club in Region 8 that wishes to change their name to Cat Tool Cat Club. This club would like to shorten the current name and start a new tradition through cat shows and events geared to increase interest among the cat-owning public in Japan. My motion is to approve the request by the Tokyo Skytree Cat Club to change their name to Cat Tool Cat Club effective immediately.
Okay, thank you, Carol, for stating the motion. We have a motion. Is there any discussion? We also have a standing second by Rachel. Okay, hearing no discussion, is there any objection to the name change for the Region 8 Club? Okay, seeing no objection by unanimous consent, the name change for Skytree Cat Club to Cat Tool Cat Club is approved. Okay, Carol, go ahead.
Okay, the next item is a club regional reassignment request. The Crafty Cat, currently assigned to Southwest Region 5, is requesting permission to be reassigned to Southern Region, Region 7. And they wish that to happen immediately. The Southern Region is where the club first originated. The current secretary resides in the Southern Region, as do most other members. The secretary has held this office since 2020 in January, and she has been a club member since the late 1990s or early 2000s. Under normal procedures, the club would be eligible for reassignment in 2025. The club intends to be active in the Southern Region by producing or co-sponsoring shows there. The Southern Regional Director supports the reassignment, and the Southwest Regional Director has no objection.
Okay.
My motion is to approve the request by the Crafty Cat for immediate reassignment from Region 5 to Region 7.
Okay, and this is according to the Constitution. Is that correct, Carol?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a standing second to approve the request by Crafty Cat for immediate reassignment from Region 5 to Region 7. George Eigenhauser, you're recognized.
Yeah, I have no substantive objection to the reassignment. And if the club wants to do it and the regions are happy, I'm fine with it. But the Constitution is relatively silent as to the procedure as to how we reassign clubs from one region to another. And my suggestion is we follow a procedure similar to when we accept a new club. If clubs in a region should have a say about whether a new club comes in their region, shouldn't they have a say as to whether an old club comes in their region too? I would like to see this pre-noticed so that the clubs in the target region can express their opinion. Now, they may all be in agreement with it. I'm not anticipating any problems, but as a matter of procedure, I think when we're going to move a club from a region to a region, we ought to pre-notice it just like we pre-notice a new club coming up so that the clubs in the affected region can express their opinion.
Okay, thank you, George. Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
I wrote the constitutional amendment to allow this to actually reflect where the club is being active. I don't have a problem with it being pre-noticed. I thought this was pre-noticed. But it's, you know, it's not a problem either way. It's to where we're actually seeing activity, and that's what we were trying to get get it out. I actually thought that I saw that this was happening previously before I even read the Carol's report.
Yeah, I think the important clause in the Constitution is the last sentence. May petition the board to be assigned to the new region. Kenny Curley, you're recognized.
I believe Rachel was, hands up was first.
Well, you're on the list here first.
Okay, sir. Yeah, this club intends on being active within our region. I've been in close contact with them. If need be, to follow constitutional, we would need 2/3. Is that correct? If we noticed it right now, or would it have to be unanimous?
No.
No.
I didn't understand your question, Kenny.
If this is voted down according to the Constitution at this time, can we immediately have a motion to accept it?
It's not against the Constitution. That was why I asked Carol. We're in accordance with the Constitution. George thought that should be pre-noticed so other clubs could make comments on it, but that's not a constitutional requirement. It just, all it says is that
shall petition the board.
Yeah, it says may petition the board to be assigned to the new region. Okay, so George has the opportunity to make an amendment to the Constitution to require that, but it's not required by the Constitution right now. Carol Krasnowski. Oh, I'm sorry, Rachel, you're recognized. I skipped over you there.
Thank you. What I wanted to say was, I think George has a great idea. Full disclosure is always the preferred method to do it, so everybody's comfortable with it. You know, of course, this club, I don't think we should subject to that because, I mean, that would be unfair prejudice against them. But going forward, if that's something that we want to do, I think we should certainly consider it.
Okay, Carol, you're recognized.
Yes. This club, the relocation was not pre-noticed because I received the request too close to the report date. However, it's not required to be pre-noticed in the CFA Constitution. And I might add that even clubs that change regions by the normal procedure after 5 years of a secretary being in another region, those are not pre-noticed in any way.
Yep.
So that's another thing to think about.
It's a good point, Carol. Thanks for bringing that up. Pam Mosier, you're recognized.
Okay, I just want clarification. So, because according to the Constitution, though, it's supposed to be 5 years in the region, and then they can go over. And we've tried to do those amendments on the floor, and they've been voted down. So, if this is the case, then you're saying that any club can do this. I didn't know that any club could. I mean, if they wanted to, for instance, you know, if a club goes maybe overseas and you know, they're not going to, then they can go ahead and come to the board and ask for them to be reassigned right away. Is that correct?
Pam, let me read you the full sentence from the Constitution.
Okay.
Member clubs that have reorganized outside the current assigned region have conducted activities outside the current assigned region, and the secretary also resides outside the current assigned region, may petition the board to be assigned to the new region.
Okay.
So
That answers my question.
they're completely in compliant with the Constitution by doing this.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Rachel, your hand's up. Okay, your hand's down. Any other discussion? Okay, so the motion is to approve the request by Crafty Cat for immediate reassignment from Region 5 to Region 7. Is there any objection to the proposed action item?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, the yes votes are Rich Maston, Carol Krasnowski, Secretary Anger, Pam Delavar, Cindy Bird, Kenny Curley, Brian Mosier, Howard Webster, Kathy Dunham, Steve McCullough, Yukiko Hayata-san, and Sharon Roy. Any other yeses? If the yeses will please lower their hands. And I'm calling for the no votes. Okay, so the no votes are George Eigenhauser, Melanie Morgan, Pam Mosier, Kathy Calhoun, and John Kalila. Okay, it's 5 people. So if you'll lower your hand, are there any abstentions? Okay, Rachel, when you're done, you can announce the vote.
Thank you. There were 12 yes votes, 5 no votes, 0 abstentions.
Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate that. So the motion is adopted. Okay, Carol, back to you.
Okay, that concludes the other action items regarding club membership. So now we'll move on to the club application.
Okay, thank you.
We have 6 new club applications to consider today, 5 from China and 1 from Italy. I will make a standing motion to accept all of them, reserving the right to vote no.
Okay, Alan, can you put Russell Webb into the meeting? Go ahead, Carol, while she's getting Russell in.
Okay, thank you. The first application is from China Caesar Cat Club. This club is located in Shanghai, one of 4 direct controlled municipalities in China. It is situated on the Yangtze River Delta in the central area of the East China coast. Shanghai is China's largest city, and with a population of over 24 million, it is considered to be the world's 2nd most populous city. The city is a global center for scientific research, along with many industries, and the port of Shanghai is one of the busiest container ports in the world. All of the members are active CFA breeders and exhibitors. 3 members have show production experience, and 1 member has clerking experience. This is an all-breed club, and if accepted, the club plans to produce 4 to 6 shows a year in Shanghai, Chongqing, and Chengdu.
Great, thank you. Russell Webb, do you have any comments?
No, I spoke with Carol on this and I agreed to let the club in.
Okay, good deal. Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board members on this club application? Okay, is there any objections to accepting China Caesar Cat Club as a ID club in China? Hearing no objections, by unanimous consent, welcome China Caesar Cat Club to the CFA family. Go ahead, Carol, for the next one.
The next application is China Free Heart Cat Club. This club is located in Henan, a district of Chongqing Municipality. Chongqing is another of the 4 direct controlled municipalities in China and is situated in the Sichuan Basin of southwest China on the upper Yangtze River. Chongqing serves as an important river port, economic center, and transportation hub. With a population of over 28 million that includes the city of Chongqing, along with a number of other cities, districts, and counties, the municipality is the largest in southwest China. All of the members, except 1, are active CFA breeders and exhibitors. 1 member has show production experience, 2 members have clerking experience, and 1 member is the ID representative for China. This is an all-breed cat club, and if accepted, they plan to produce 4 to 6 shows a year in Chengdu and Xi'an.
Okay, thank you, Carol. Russell Webb, any comments?
No, I approve it.
Okay, thank you very much. Any discussion on China Free Heart Cat Club being accepted as a CFA club in the China International Division? Okay, I see no questions. Is there any objection to the acceptance of China Free Heart Cat Club? Hearing no objections, by unanimous consent, China Free Heart Cat Club is accepted as a CFA club, and we welcome you to the CFA family. Carol, next club.
And the next 2 clubs are both located in Chengdu, a sub-provincial city and the capital of Sichuan province in the southwest area of China. Sichuan is famous as the home of giant pandas. Chengdu has a population of over 14 million and is an important and diverse economic area with a variety of industries. The next club is China Star Shiny Exotic Fanciers Alliance. This is a club located in Chengdu. All of the members are active CFA exhibitors, and all members except one are breeders with CFA category names. One member has show production experience, 3 members have clerking experience, and 1 member is the ID representative for China. This is an all-breed club, and if accepted, the club plans to produce 5 to 8 shows a year in Chongqing and Chengdu.
Okay, now we're talking about China Star Shiny Exotic Fanciers Alliance. Okay, Russell Webb, any comments?
Nope, I approve.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions for Carol or Russell about China Star Shiny Exotic Fanciers Alliance? Okay, seeing no questions, or is there any objection to the acceptance of China Star Shiny Exotic Fanciers Alliance? Boy, that's a tongue twister. Wow. Okay. All right. Any objection? All right, hearing no objection, the China Star Shiny Exotic Fanciers Alliance is accepted as a CFA club. Welcome to the CFA family. Carol, next club.
The next club is King Power Cat Lover Club. This is another club located in Chengdu. All of the members are active CFA exhibitors, and all members except one are breeders with CFA category names. 1 member has show production experience, and 7 members have clerking experience. This is an all-breed club, and if accepted, the club plans to produce 6 or more shows a year in Chengdu and Beijing.
Okay, Russell Webb, any comments?
Nope, I'm good with them.
Okay, fantastic. Any questions for Russell or Carol on King Power Cat Lover Club? Is there any objection to the acceptance of King Power Cat Lover Club into the CFA family? Hearing no objections, welcome King Power Cat Lovers Club. All right.
Okay, the next application is Suzhou Riverside Cat Fanciers Club. This club is based in Taiwan, where the secretary resides, but the club's activities will be centered in Jiangsu province. Situated on the coastline north of Shanghai, Jiangsu province is a national economic and commercial center that is home to many of the world's leading exporters of electronics, chemicals, and textiles. With a population of over 80 million, Jiangsu is the most densely populated province in China. All of the members are active CFA exhibitors, and 4 members are breeders with CFA category names. 7 members have show production experience. This is an all-breed club, and if accepted, the club plans to produce 1 or more shows a year in the greater Suzhou area of southeastern Jiangsu province.
Okay, Russell Webb, you're recognized.
Yep, okay with the club.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on this club? Okay, any objections to Suzhou River Cat Fanciers Club? Hearing no objections, by unanimous consent, the club is accepted. Welcome to the CFA family. Carol, you're recognized.
Yes, the next application is Universal Cats Club. This club is based in Caserta, Italy, where the secretary resides, but the club's activities will be centered in Rome, the country's capital. Rome is situated in the central western portion of the Italian peninsula, and this metropolitan city has a population of over 4 million. Rome is well known throughout the world for its rich and ancient history, as well as its historical architecture, which makes it one of the top tourist destinations. Modern-day Rome is also home to many international companies and banks. All members are active CFA exhibitors, and 4 members are breeders with CFA category names. 2 members have show production and clerking experience in another association. This is an all-breed club, and if accepted, the club plans to produce 2 or 3 shows a year in various cities throughout Italy.
Okay, Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
Looking forward to this group coming in. This brings us some new people. They will basically be working in the southern part of Italy. Caserta is between Rome and south of Rome, north of Naples, and our other Italian Cat Club, of course, operates in the more northern part. So we're going to cover Italy and even bring in more people. Fully support this club.
Great. Thank you very much, Pam. Is there any comments or questions for Pam or Carol on Universal Cats Club? All right, seeing no one raising their hand, is there any objection to the acceptance of Universal Cats Club for Italy? Seeing no objections, by unanimous consent, Universal Cats Club is accepted as a CFA club, and welcome to the CFA family. Carol?
And that concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Carol. We'll move on to order number 21, which is show rules. And Carol, that's you also?
Yes. I will make a standing motion to accept the show rules as written. These cover the grant of distinction, changes to the show rules that were already passed by the board previously.
Okay.
It just puts the official wording in place.
Okay. Alan, you want to bring Monty into the panel? I know he was on earlier. I don't know if he's on now.
There he is. He's on mute.
Okay, did you
Yeah,
promote him? Oh, I see
did.
him. Okay,
Hopefully he's there.
Monty, you want to unmute?
I think we do.
There you go, Monty.
There we go. Specifically, when we first adapted the changes for the grant of distinction rules as a result of the COVID-19 issues, we forgot to address the 2019-2020 season.
Okay.
We lowered the requirement to half that year, just like we've done for this year, but we never put it in the rules.
Okay.
So this covers that.
Okay.
Plus, this is a rule that basically has to talk about every show season from 2005 when the title was created in perpetuity. So we can't just have a rule that talks about one show season.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, thank you, Monty. Carol made the motion. I need a second.
Rachel seconds.
Thank you, Rachel. Is there any discussion? So we're talking, are we doing, there are two rules here. Are we doing it all together or separately?
That was the plan.
Do it all together. Okay, thank you, Monty. I appreciate that. All right, any discussion? Okay, is there any objection to the motion to update these two show rules? Okay, hearing no objection by unanimous consent, the action item is approved. Thank you very much, Monty.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
All right, you do the same, buddy. Okay, and now we can promote Lorna to the panelists.
Daryl, I did have a question that was part of the rationale of the last report.
Okay, sorry.
Not the rationale, I'm sorry, what will be presented at the next meeting.
Okay.
It
Maybe
says current point minimums for national awards will remain in effect unchanged, but will need to be modified for the 2021-2022 show season if the decision is made to resume national awards. Does this infer that somebody is thinking that there will be national awards which will remain unchanged? Point minimum?
We have none for this year.
I know.
I'm
asking about the last sentence to the what will be presented at the next meeting.
All that is if you decide to have them, we'll have to talk about it.
Yes, thank you, Monty.
True.
I was going to say that.
But you said current point minimums for national awards will remain in effect unchanged, but will need to be modified. So that infers that we have them. Just wondered.
You do have point minimums, you just don't have any awards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Carol, you're recognized. Oh.
Oh, well, yeah, I was just going to comment that we will have to at some point discuss whether we're going to do national awards for next season. At that point, we will also need to discuss if there will be any changes to the point minimums we had previously. So, you know, while this may be construed to imply that we're definitely doing something, I don't think that was the intent. I think it just means that we need to give it some thought.
Well, that needs to be brought up in April. Okay. All right. Anything else there, Pam? Okay, let's move on to order number 22, Millennial Outreach. Lorna Fremont, you're recognized.
Hey there, everybody. I don't have anything to add to this report. We're waiting for the finalized P&L, which was not done before the cutoff for this meeting. So we'll be back in April.
Okay, thank you very much for your short report. We appreciate it. Okay, so that concludes our scheduled business for today. And Rich, would you like to make a motion to suspend the rules so that we can take up business orders 25, 26, 27 has been withdrawn, and also take up 28?
Yes, I would like to do that. And is it possible that we may have time to do any unfinished business under item number 29?
Well, let's do these and see where we're at, and then we can all make a motion to suspend the rules at that point in time.
Okay, thank you. That was my motion then.
Okay, need a second? Who?
Kenny.
Morgan seconds.
Yep, I heard Kenny Curley. Okay, the motion is suspend the rules to take up business order 25, 26, and 28. Is there any discussion? Okay, is there any objection to suspension of the rules and taking up these three orders of business? Okay, hearing no objection, the motion to suspend the rules is approved. So let's go to 25, which is Cindy Bird.
Oh, these are two big pieces that we need to consider here. Our certificate of incorporation, which is the first part, is really old. It comes from 1919. A number of the paragraphs need to be deleted, including the names and addresses of directors from 1919, because it just doesn't make any sense anymore. And we need to comply with New York nonprofit law. The restated certificate is very simple, describes our organization for today, and I think well into the future. The board will need to approve the restated certificate of incorporation, and then it will need to be presented to the delegates at the annual meeting for an approval by majority vote.
Okay, Cindy, is that a requirement of New York not-for-profit law that the delegates have to approve a change to the certificates, articles of incorporation?
Yes, it's and also part of our Constitution.
Okay, I mean, I don't see. I mean, maybe I'm dense, but I don't. It just says incorporated under corporate law of New York, corporate law October the 6th, 1919.
Yes.
That would need to be changed. I understand, but I was under the impression, and I'm probably wrong, that the board could change the articles of incorporation, but we can't change the Constitution. The articles of incorporation are not specifically listed in the Constitution. It's just a question I need clarified in my mind.
George can help.
George?
Yeah, we asked our New York attorney, and she advised us that in this instance, because we didn't have something different in our Constitution and bylaws, it has to go to the members.
Okay, all right.
This is done on her advice.
Okay, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I was just trying to, I mean, you know, there's a clause at the very end of our Constitution, you know, about amendments, which is Article 16. And, you know, there's no mention in here that it has to be the articles of incorporation had to be approved by the membership, but I'm good with it if that's what the recommendation was.
That was her recommendation for that.
Okay, no problem.
I think if you've read this, you can see where the changes need to be made. Aline, if you could go up, down, whichever, a little more. Here are the whoops. Let's go back up, please. There, whoa, the little crossed out part. There we go. So you can see here what paragraphs need to be deleted. So obviously the third paragraph, because we no longer only do business in the United States and Canada. Our number of directors is not accurate. The names and places of residence, those are those people from 1919, they're still listed, and that is unnecessary. And then the time for holding annual meetings used to be on the last Thursday in February. So we haven't been following that either. And we just need to update so that our certificate describes the way we do business and is in compliance with New York law and our Constitution.
Yeah.
So then a little lower down, you can see what it will actually look like. This is all legally stuff. And then the actual restated certificate is on the next page. And my request of the board today is any comments or suggestions. I think this one's pretty straightforward, but it will need to be approved by the board. And it was the thought not to ask for approval at this meeting, but to give everyone a chance to think and add any comments or questions.
Pam Delabar.
Cindy, I am so happy you were able to get this accomplished. Fred Jacobberger tried very hard way back when to get this, the Articles of Incorporation updated. And I do not know, I cannot remember what was so difficult that we had, problem we had with New York, but thank you for getting this accomplished.
Well, thanks to our lawyer.
Shelley's top notch, and the attorney there is top notch. My only question, should there be a comma before 2021?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm taking notes.
Okay. That's the only thing that just stood out to me. Okay, Ellen, can you scroll down? So is it April 15th is the cutoff for the amendments and resolutions?
Yes.
Okay, so okay.
Now you've scrolled down into the Constitution. We're not there yet.
This is Steve. I have a question.
Go ahead, Steve.
Is our principal office in Brooklyn? And where is it in Brooklyn?
I have no idea about that, but I relied on the work of our attorney in New York. And, you know, I can certainly ask that question, or actually have Shelley ask that question since she's our contact person.
And Shelley has her hand up and like to make some comments. Go ahead, Shelley.
I do. Aline, if you can scroll back up to the final document for the Articles of Incorporation.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Right.
There we are.
There we go.
Right there. So I'm not sure if we are still staying with Paracorp Incorporated in Sacramento. So that address may change, and I just want to just check with Anita in our lawyer's office if that's the correct address that we're going to stay with, because that's probably old data from when this was originally prepared. And so I just want to make sure that they're still our agent, and that's who we want to be our agent, because we have made some changes.
And could you also ask her about the Brooklyn thing?
I'm sorry, the what?
Paragraph 3, third paragraph. Our principal office is in the borough of Brooklyn.
Yeah, I'm going to check about the addresses for 3, 4, and 5, and I'll brief the board. I'm also just going to verify, since I'm already asking her a question and it won't cost us any extra, to make sure that the Articles of Incorporation do have to go to the delegates, and whether or not the board can just pass that. It's just a question I'll ask since I'm already asking questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And so Is it you all's intention to bring this back at the April meeting for approval?
Yes, it is.
Okay, because I mean, this really needs to get done. I mean, we've been so ALA compliant for so many years on this, so this really needs to be updated. Okay, you got something else, Steve or Shelley?
Yes.
Go ahead,
Which is
Steve.
not off, which is kind of, I don't know how to address it. How does our charter change with all of these changes, or is it based off the charter still? You all have a blank look.
Well, I think the charter is the Articles of Incorporation, isn't it?
Nope, nope. It's on file at central office.
I didn't understand what you said, Steve.
The charter's on file at central office. It is not Articles of Incorporation.
Okay, well, that's
Okay,
beyond
well,
my.
maybe y'all should look at that.
Okay. Alan, would you be able to send that to me, please?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what that is. What is, I mean, we have the Articles of Incorporation, we have the IRS ruling. I'm not sure what the charter is.
Well, that's what established all this prior to the Articles of Incorporation, prior to us becoming incorporated. We had to use it in our lawsuits, so I know you have it somewhere.
Okay.
If I find the copy, I'll send it to y'all.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Howard Webster, you have your hand up. Unmute, Howard. Okay, let's, I don't know, Howard must not be there. Go ahead, Cindy, with the Constitution now.
Okay. Certainly, the Constitution has been a really big multi-year project, and it's arrived at this point with the help of many people, and I want to make sure that they're recognized. Our current committee was fortunate to receive all of this work done by Marriott's committees, both the Constitution Committee and the Regional Incorporation Committee. And I want to thank all of those who worked on the huge project, including Mary and Pam Moser, Kathy Calhoun, George, Rachel, and Rich. And this year, as we finalize the document, thanks to George, Shelley, and Rich, and Carol for her edits, and a huge thanks to Rachel for reformatting and checking everything. She's a whiz. And if I've forgotten anybody, well, many thanks to them. We all know how difficult it is to ask the annual meeting delegates to pass changes with 3/4 of approval, which is what we'll need. There are many changes to the Constitution, but most are not very complex. They're generally only making changes that describe how we already do business or clarify terms. There are additions that are required by New York law and obviously New York, because that's where we're incorporated, but most only clarify how we actually do business. You will see that the changes are noted and the reason for each given. Next month, we'll ask the board's approval of the Constitution, which will then be presented to the delegates for their 3/4 approval. And we all hope good luck for that. And I welcome your comments and thank you in advance for your thoughts.
I think the Constitution can be amended by 2/3, not 3/4.
Whoops. Yes, it's my fraction problem. Third grade.
Okay, let's see now. Howard, I'll ask you again if you're on. Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, go ahead, Howard.
I stepped out to the restroom. I missed what you asked.
Thanks for sharing, Howard.
Yes.
Howard, your hand is up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, were you asking permission to go take a tinkle?
I guess.
All right, Pam Delavar, you're recognized.
Cindy, would you prefer we send this to you in writing if we have some suggestions?
Absolutely.
And one major question, I was in reviewing the Constitution. Do we have a force majeure paragraph in there?
We do. with regard to
can-
meetings. It is not stated as force majeure.
Okay,
I'll have to look a little bit to find it.
I'm still looking.
Yeah, I read it. It's in there. So
I can look now, or I can send that to you.
Okay, we can send each other emails then.
Okay.
I just thought it'd be better to do it in writing. I'm a visual learner, not an auditory one.
Sure.
okay. Any other questions? You want to?
This section is the actual constitution with the changes as would be presented to the delegates.
Okay. Ellen, just slowly go ahead and scroll through it so everybody can take a quick look in case it might stimulate someone's mind to ask a question.
Another thought that George and Rich and I have emailed about is how to present this to the delegates. It might be easier to do it in sections. My thought was the list of changes that I noted. I also thought about the possibility of posting this ahead of time, maybe on CFA Next Gen, and encouraging conversation so that maybe the delegates will be better prepared to pass it and can ask any questions ahead.
Well, I don't know what we're going to do if the delegates won't approve this because our Constitution is not in line with New York not-for-profit law. And we have to be. We don't have a choice.
I think that can be expressed.
Well, I can sure express it when it gets called up. I have one more question. I served for about 35 minutes on this committee at one point in time, and the New York not-for-profit law states bylaws. It doesn't state constitution. So did you all question Anita about changing the word constitution to bylaws? Because bylaws is throughout New York not-for-profit law, all the way through every section that I've read. Constitution is not mentioned.
That's correct. It was George's wise counsel to not make any changes that we didn't absolutely have to make. And the thought was that changing constitution to bylaws may be one of those changes.
If I may mention, Anita came up with a lot of changes. I mean, a lot of changes that she thought would make it a better read. They weren't necessarily substantive, but there were so many of them and they weren't strictly necessary. So part of what we had to discuss is how big a bite can the delegation swallow all at once? And so we decided to put optional changes like that off the table for now, to just go with the bare bones of what we have to pass. Yes, it would be better if we used terminology that was more consistent with what's the current terminology used in New York. But it isn't essential that we do it. So we tried to keep this compact. There were a lot of other things too that are not included here that were suggestions. And we basically put all the suggestions aside and just went with the absolutely gotta pass.
Okay, well, in my humble opinion, I think the delegates, if they're told the Constitution and the bylaws pretty much mean the same thing, and that bylaws is the word that's used in our corporate charter and the laws of New York not-for-profit law, I think I don't know. I think that's something that they could accept. But
We
that's
certainly
just
can do it. That's not a big issue.
It's not a big issue in isolation, but the cumulative effect of all of the little changes makes it complicated.
okay. Well, how about doing it this way? Let's get the Constitution passed and make a separate motion after this gets passed to change Constitution to bylaws. And then if it fails, we haven't lost anything. But if it passes, we've gained something.
We can do that.
Yeah, and that was another thing we discussed, is whether we should put some of the optional changes into separate motions and have, like I said, the must pass provisions and have the other ones separately. And that's a judgment call. I mean, how much reading about the Constitution can the delegation do without getting overwhelmed?
Yeah.
And so, you know, everybody has an opinion on that. We erred on the side of minimalist.
Okay, Rachel Anger, you're recognized.
Thanks. I had two things I wanted to bring up. The first one is many of these changes had to do with just changing the language of club to member club. And I think if we present that's going to be half the changes. So it would be a very simple motion to change all the references from club to member club. That's the motion. And then you could, give a clip of all those changes, and then go on to make other, groups of changes that fit together like that. Secondly, I think we discussed when this first came up, how big the project would be. And it was suggested that perhaps we do some sort of a Zoom meeting where delegates could attend, and we could walk them through the changes one by one so they understand all the changes, and it's not done during the annual meeting, because this could take hours to go through all of these changes. So that's just a couple of thoughts.
Great idea.
But I think our delegates are pretty sophisticated, and they can track this. It's just, as you say, Daryl, the overwhelming amount of changes.
Yeah, it is an overwhelming amount, and I'm confident that our members, if you know what, they want to do good for the organization, and we are out of compliance with New York not-for-profit corporate law. And if they're told we need to make these changes, I mean, I don't know why the delegates would oppose it, because I mean, we could lose our charter. Things are not good up in New York right now politically. I mean, you got the Attorney General going after the governor, but we're small potatoes, and maybe she'll look the other way for us. Hopefully. Pam Mosier, you're recognized.
Yes, my question is to one of the lawyers. If you change it to bylaws, that would mean, my understanding, but I'm sure I'm wrong, but that would not have to go to the delegation. The bylaws can be changed by the board. And so if it's bylaws instead of constitution, that could be an issue. I don't know. I need somebody to tell me if that's correct or not.
Well, it would be an amendment. I'm not a lawyer, okay, but it would be an amendment to the bylaws, and it still require 2/3, I think. But
that's why I'm asking one of the lawyers.
The Constitution states how it can be amended. If we want to change the Constitution in any way, and that includes changing its name, we have to follow the procedure currently set forth in the Constitution.
Okay, but George, if you change it to bylaws, that's not the Constitution, that's bylaws. Does that can you put that in the bylaws that it has to be changed by 2/3 of the vote from the delegation?
That would be in the bylaws,
Okay.
the Constitution, but it would then be a rule of the bylaws that you can't change the bylaws without 2/3 delegates.
The bylaws and the Constitution are two names for the same thing. Changing the name means you have to follow the procedure set forth for amending it, because changing the name is amending it. But it won't substantively change anything. If we call it bylaws instead of calling it the Constitution, it's still the same document, and it still does the same thing.
Pam Delavar, you're recognized.
I know I'm going to get asked the question, what part of our Constitution would put us at odds with New York and being incorporated in New York?
You will see there are a couple of articles that are new. Those are absolutely out of compliance. For example, there's nothing in the current constitution for the removal of an officer. I can't remember the others off the top of my head.
Okay, so
But
it's
those two-
basically those that you had totally underlined and it's
Yeah.
all, okay,
There are some other minor things, but those are the big ones.
okay. Thank you.
Shelley, you got your hand up?
I do. I just wanted to restate the answer to what Pam Mosher brought up is if the Constitution, also because we have other people listening, if the Constitution says the Constitution can only be amended by a 2/3 vote through the delegates, then changing the word Constitution to bylaws simply now makes the Constitution be named bylaws, and the provision says the bylaws can only be changed by a 2/3 vote. So everywhere the word Constitution is mentioned, we substitute in the word bylaws. It doesn't even change the document or the way anything's done. It's just changing the word we always use from Constitution to bylaws. But all of the provisions of the entire document remain the same with that one change. Just the word we're using to describe it, which just brings us to match New York law. And since we're trying to follow New York law, then we want to match New York law, then our wording should be the same in our Constitution/bylaws. Maybe it makes everybody happier to say Constitution/bylaws, but it would be easier and better for everybody in the future if we just had bylaws because we're matching New York law.
Well, that might be a compromise to say Constitution/bylaws in the new document. And then if people become used to the word bylaw, then the word Constitution could be removed at some, after I'm gone and dead. Pam Delavar.
Are we going to change the verbiage for our clubs to provide us bylaws instead of a constitution when they apply for membership?
Shelley or Cindy, you want to take that one on?
My own personal opinion is that our legal document is the bylaws/constitution, and that what we require of clubs is not part of that requirement.
We'll get asked that. So that's why I thought I would ask the question now.
Okay. Carol?
Yes, I see no problem. If we do decide to change the name of this document, I don't see a problem with changing it for the club applicants as well. It would not be a problem.
Yep, I agree with you. Anybody else? Okay, Legal Advisory Committee. Good work. You got some more work cut out for you, looks like.
We'll take care of it.
All righty. Thank you so much, Cindy. Okay. Can we bring Iris in as a panelist if she's not already in? And then we'll hear the virtual cat competition committee report.
Okay.
Iris, once you're in, you're recognized.
As the board liaison, can I make a
Yes.
standing motion?
Sure.
This is Kathy Dunham. I would
Yep.
like to make a standing motion to accept the action items as they are presented.
Okay.
Rachel makes a standing second.
Okay, there we go. We got that covered. So is Iris in yet?
I'm in. And I would like to start by thanking everybody who read these items that we've submitted. I know it was a bit of text to get through, so we are very grateful. We had two documents for you to review. One that is a document that we have been sending out to clubs that have asked us what's called for in putting on one of these shows. And we've been using it as a working draft, but we want your seal of approval on it. And then the second document is a list of guidelines for these virtual shows as individual events, which was adapted from the guidelines that were devised for the International Top Cat Challenge. But we did make some additions of our own as we went through the process. So if you have any questions or concerns about them, we're here.
Okay. All right, Eileen, you'll scroll down. Okay. There we go. So let's take the first board action item, which is approve the updated VCC 101 document. So is there discussion on that? Okay, no discussion. Is there any objection to the approval of the updated VCC 101 document? Okay, hearing no objections, we'll, by unanimous consent, approve the updated virtual cat competition 101 document. We'll move on to the second action item, which is to approve the VCC guidelines document. And Kathy and Rachel have moved and seconded their standing motions. Is there any discussion? Melanie Morgan, go ahead.
Thank you, Daryl. First of all, I'd like to commend Iris and the entire Virtual Cat Committee on putting together this comprehensive guide. But I do have a couple of just questions / concerns I'd like to throw out there and get their feedback on. I'm still struggling with whether it's necessary to constrain ourselves by limiting the number of virtual shows on each month. And my thinking on that is there are some instances where the shows in question appeal to totally different audiences. And if our goal is to provide incentives for the cat fanciers to stay active during the period, I'm really not sure we should be overly complicating the process or be putting up roadblocks. So I'm also not sure that I'm comfortable with allowing judges and family members to enter classes that they're judging, even though I know they're just fun classes. And these aren't shows, they're photo contests. And I apologize for the stinking boy. He was quiet until I started talking. But frankly, given the number, but going back to where I was going, given the number of complaints and concerns that I've received from exhibitors during this recent last bout of the whatever we call the cat contest that we did from CFA, which I know Iris is slightly different than this virtual cat committee, but still impacts on these shows going forward. I'm really not sure that anyone actively involved in that production and or entry, clerking, et cetera, part of the show should actually even be participating, much like, you know, members of the committee on lotteries don't buy lottery tickets, but that's neither here nor there. Again, we don't want to over legislate something that's supposed to be fun. But I guess I just want to kind of finish up with a question. Do these guidelines and policies apply if the club isn't using the CFA platform? For example, if someone was using the platform that they used over in Europe for a couple of their shows that worked quite well, and do they still need to go through the CFA process or what? So long diatribe for a short question. Sorry.
Kathy, do you want to respond or do you want me to?
You can, and if I need to make comments, I will add them.
Okay. First off, there was never any, my computer's doing strange things. There was never any intention to allow any judge to enter a class that they were personally involved in. That's not what, maybe the wording needs to be looked at. But the idea was simply to allow everybody to have fun and participate in the fun classes. Obviously, a fun class judge would not enter his or her own fun class, but could enter the other fun classes since they're all judged independently and nothing is scored. Does that make you feel better?
Yeah, it's not the way I read it, so it does make me feel better. yeah, it's simply not the way I read it. So
Okay.
you might want to take a look at it again. I don't have it up in front of me right here, but perhaps I was just being dense, but if not, you might want to just, wordsmith it a bit, which I know you'll do a great job with, so. And thank you again. I mean, truly, I do. I mean, I started out by saying I commend you all. I think that what you've done here is really fabulous. You've done a great job.
Yep. Kathy, you have anything to add?
I think the only thing I would add to answer Melanie's second part of her question about whether or not these guidelines would be used for other platforms. In my opinion, no, Melanie, they wouldn't be. So if they are using the platform from Europe, for example, I think they have their own set of guidelines, which is perfectly fine. The only thing that we ask as a committee is to be notified of the dates so that we are not conflicting with multiple events going on at the same time that would actually conflict with each other. Does that answer that part of your question, Melanie?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments before we, Rich, go ahead.
Yeah, Eileen, is there any chance you can scroll to the judging section number 4?
I can. I'll have to find it on File Vista first.
Okay, I'll read it, and Melanie, you can chime in here if this is what you're referencing. Under judging, number 4 on the CFA VCC event guidelines states, a cat bred by a judge may be entered in an event where that judge is officiating. However, the exhibitor has a responsibility to alert the entry clerk about this at the time of the entry. Melanie, is that what you're referring to?
No, there's another one somewhere in there that talks about that in confirmation classes, the judge can't basically have a cat entered, but they can in fun classes.
Is it under the VCC 101 or VCC
No, it's in the
guidelines?
guidelines.
In the
Okay.
guidelines, I think.
Okay, I can bring that up. Let me just hold on. You'll just have to tell me where it is. Wait a minute.
Somewhere around there. I just can't get it open right now.
Okay. I've got it. Okay. If everybody can see that.
Go down to the judging portion, I think, Ellen.
Right there?
Yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah, number 3.
Hold on right there. Melanie, were you talking about number 3?
Go up above alternate. Hang on. Go up a bit, Elaine. Let's see. Let's see if I can see this. Yeah, yes, I am. Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
You're further up, Eileen. You're too far.
The alternative right there, Eileen, number 3.
And therefore, confirmation
the original. Yeah,
we have 2 versions of this. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Iris.
The reason we have 2 versions of this is I was advised that it would be, it might be considered very controversial, as indeed it does appear to be. So we had a backup, but we would prefer to go with the main wording of number 3 if it's acceptable to the majority.
We just don't want, this is supposed to be fun and engaging, so we don't necessarily want to tie everybody's hands, but we also realize that there needs to be some guidance to not necessarily mirror our current show rules for in-person shows, but to at least nod to the fact that we do have an understanding of how judges and family members of judges should engage in entering in these events.
So is there any scoring of any of these cats?
No.
No.
We do scoring within the shows so we can determine the highest scoring cats per class and give them prizes.
Okay.
There's no ongoing scoring.
Okay. No awards recognized from CFA.
Right. Just prizes within the show.
Okay. And so, Melanie, is your question whether people that are judging it can put cats in the show? Is that what the gist of your question is?
My concern arises with the fact that, given the feedback I got from this last round of shows, clearly, even though it's just a photo contest and it's just for fun, exhibitors out there have the perception that there are inequities out there. And when we say, I mean, the statement is specifically, judges may, if they wish, enter the fun classes for events they are judging. Now, from a perception standpoint, I'm judging the class and now I've entered my own cat. Now, I might be able to be fair about that, but the common exhibitor out there, who is ostensibly who we're trying to appeal to, may feel that that is a conflict of interest, that I would be, even though it's a fun class, judging my own entry.
Is that what this means?
The confirmation judges do not judge the fun classes. The two types of classes are separate. If you judge confirmation, you can't enter confirmation.
Confirmation judges may, if they wish, enter the fun classes for events they are judging. To me, I think maybe perhaps, I think that you're doing exactly what I've asked. It's just not, I'm interpreting what you've written there as, it says that you may enter classes that you're judging.
A confirmation judge may enter the fun class for a virtual show,
An overall event. I got it. That makes more sense. I have no problem with that then.
Okay, Pam Delabar.
I was just going to say, with Satu judging Top Cat, I didn't even think about entering any of our cats. If her name was on, it would show up as if one of them won, breeder, owners, Pam Delabar, Satu Hamalainen, or the other way around. It would not have helped the perception of equity at all. So just didn't do it.
Okay. Any other board members have any comments? So Iris, you prefer to go with a statement above alternate version if not acceptable?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's how we will proceed. Rich, you're recognized.
Yeah, so we're going to change the verbiage on 3 and go with the alternate?
No, we're going to stick with the first paragraph, and if it passes, then that alternate version would be deleted. Correct, Iris?
Correct.
Correct. And if it doesn't pass, then can we try again with the alternate version?
Absolutely. That answer your question, Rich?
Yes.
Okay, any further debate? Okay, so I guess this may be a little bit controversial, so I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of this proposal, please raise your hand. Well, doesn't look as controversial as I thought. Okay. The yes votes are George Eigenhauser, Rachel Anger, Pam Delabar, Kathy Dunham, Cindy Bird, Carol Krasnowski, Kathy Calhoun, Kenny Curley, Rich Maston, Steve McCullough, Howard Webster, Melanie Morgan, John Kalila, Pam Mosier, Brian Mosier, and Sharon Roy. If you'll take your hands down. I think that's pretty much everybody, but I'll call for the no votes. Okay, the no votes are Kenny Curley and the no votes are Howard Webster.
Yes.
Are you a yes or a no, Howard?
Yes.
Okay, so Howard's a yes.
Yukiko-san, yes, please.
Okay. Okay, arigatou gozaimasu. All right. Any abstentions? Okay, so there are no votes, is that correct?
That's correct. 17 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain.
Okay, thank you very much for announcing the vote, Rachel. Okay. Iris, do you have anything else?
No, just thank you very, very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, so you'll strike out that alternate version.
We certainly will.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Thanks for coming in today to do your committee report. So I appreciate that.
I was here anyway.
Okay, good deal. Okay, our next order of business is 28, and that's the Modernization Steering Committee. And Leanne Rupie, well, you know what? I didn't let Leanne know that may be on. I thought of Iris, but I didn't.
Well, somebody in the audience named, does anybody know who Meta Star is? They've got their hand raised. I don't have any, is that a person or
Can you type in the chat box who you are?
Here, let me.
Leanne was on earlier today.
Was she?
Hi, I'm Helen Mitchell. It's Metastar Cattery.
Okay. All right. We thought you might be somebody else. Thank you.
No, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm still me.
Okay.
I just had, the reason I raised my hand was,
wait.
Go ahead, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay. So Leanne is not in right now. Is that correct?
Not that I can see.
Okay. All right. Well, then we'll just leave that until tomorrow then. Okay. Is that okay with you, Rich?
Yes, Daryl.
Okay. All right. So you want to take on 29, 30, and 31?
Well, if we got time, yeah. A motion that we continue.
It's not 5 o'clock your time, so, and it's early here.
Yeah, and we're not supposed to adjourn until 5:30.
Okay, well then you want to make a motion to suspend the rules, take up orders 29, 30, and 31?
Yes, sir.
I need a second.
George seconds.
Okay, George, thank you very much. So the motion is suspend the rules and take up business orders 29, 30, and 31. Is there any discussion on that? All right, let me get that out of the way. And John Kalila, you're recognized. John Kalila, you're muted.
I have something that's I think is new business. It could be old business. I'm not sure whether I should do it now or not.
Well, hang on. We got to approve the motion to take up the orders of business, and then you can ask at that point in time. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, John. And if you'll take your hand down, Iris, I'm going to put you back over as an attendee because I can't see everybody.
Fine.
Okay. All right, there you go. Thank you, Iris. All right. So the motion is to suspend the rules and take up business orders 29, 30, and 31. Is there any objection to the motion to suspend the rules? Okay, hearing no objection, the rules are suspended and we will take up business orders 29, 30, and 31. Okay, business order number 29 is unfinished business. So do we have any unfinished business to conduct? Okay, John, is yours is new business? Is that right?
Well, I don't know it's new. Oh, it involves the Pittsburgh Pet Expo. They contact me. We supposed to put that on last year, but it was because COVID-19 was canceled. And they called me this week, said if we are interested or not.
Okay, well, let's make that a new business, okay?
Okay,
So we'll get to it in just a minute, okay?
no problem.
All right, so no unfinished business. Is there any other committee reports that we've not heard that need to be addressed? Okay, I see no hands up for, okay, Steve McCullough.
There should be, right.
Okay,
My committee report was submitted an hour late, so it didn't make the agenda. It's animal welfare. It's in.
okay, let me ask you something.
Vista.
Do you have any action items?
No, so I'm getting ready to say it's in
Okay.
there. Read it over. If you have any questions, let me know.
Oh, okay, all right.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. And Steve, if you'll pass on to Charlene, thanks for submitting the report. We appreciate that. So any other committee reports that we've not addressed? Okay, let's go to new business. And since I pre-noticed the Genetics Advisory Committee, I'll go first, and then Pam, and then John will get to you, okay, since we had 2 items already listed. And I would like for the board to approve Carol Johnson, DMV, to head up a Genetics Advisory Committee. It's something that we really need. And after going some of the breed council ballots, they need a resource person for genetics. Rachel handles a lot of the genetics colors and stuff that come in at central office, and this is not meant to replace her. But if she has a question that she doesn't know, then she'll have a go-to person to ask those questions on genetic colors. Lorraine Shelton, well, first of all, I contacted Heather Lorimer, which most of you know, and Heather's done a lot of work for us in the past. She's had added duties added to her roster of at TICA, and she didn't have time. And then I got a Facebook Messenger post from Lorraine Shelton suggesting that I contact Carol Johnson, DVM, and I believe she's the American Short-Haired Breed Council secretary. And so I gave her a call to ask her if she was interested, and she is very interested. I would hope that someone on the board will make that motion for me, and that we can approve that committee appointment.
Rich will make the motion.
Delabar seconds.
Okay, thank you, Rich and Pam. Is there any discussion? I guess probably Howard Webster probably knows Carol better than anyone. Howard, do you want to make any comments?
Yeah, I think she would be excellent for this. She's done a lot of genetics, especially on the American Shorthair, but she's a good person for that.
Yeah. When I talked to her, she said, well, I've got quite a few gene samples. And so I said, well, we're primarily interested in to make sure that we don't get any colors or potential color change names that are not in line with current genetic principles. And she said, yeah. She said, do I have to attend the meeting on Sunday? And I said, no. I said, you don't have to. I said, we've got that all covered this time. But I did send a note to Teresa and Jackie, and that I was going to make this proposal today. So anyway, does anyone else have any comments? Cindy Bird, I saw you had your hand up momentarily.
Just what Howard said. She's a great choice.
Okay, fantastic. All right. I see Lorna says Carol taught me genetics when I don't see the rest of it because I don't have the chat box up. But anyway, I think Carol will be a really good addition to our panel of committee appointments. So so Rich and who was it? I don't know who made the second.
I think it was Pam.
Pam Delabar.
Oh, thank you, Pam Delabar. So, all right, any further discussion on that committee appointment? Understand it takes 2/3 vote since this was not pre-noticed. Okay. Is there any objection to appointing Carol Johnson, DVM, as our Genetics Advisory Chair? If you don't object, I'll pass it by unanimous consent. Okay, hearing no objection, but unanimous consent, Carol Johnson, DVM, will be head up our Genetics Advisory Chair. Okay, Pam, did you have anything in open session that you wanted to bring up under new business?
Before we go there, can I ask a question about the new committee?
Sure.
What category would you like to put that under? Would that be a special committee?
No, it's standing committee.
Standing committee? Thank you.
Yeah, standing committee, standing committees stay in perpetuity. Okay. Thank you, Rachel, for asking that clarification.
Thank you.
Okay. Pam Delabart, is there anything in open session that you want to bring up under new business, or is all your stuff under closed session for Sunday?
All's under
okay.
closed session.
Okay, great. Okay, John Kalila, you're recognized.
Thank you. Like I said, the Pittsburgh Expo person contacted me, said, are we interested in putting on a pet show there? Him and I work along quite well, and I don't know whether you guys want me to continue to work with him or not. Second is the financial part of it. I have no idea what it is yet. He's going to contact me next month. Third is I don't think the region can afford to take a chance on it, and I thought CFA may be interested in it. That's all. I need some answers so I can communicate with him what to expect.
Okay. George Eigenhauser, you're recognized.
Yeah, if you could come back with a budget or some sort of an understanding of what kind of financial commitment we've been talking about, maybe we could move around a little bit of our sponsorship money or something to help sweeten it for the region a little bit. I don't necessarily want CFA to get in the business of producing more retail cat shows, but I do think we should support this. So if you can come back with a budget, maybe we can help you out.
Okay. That you okay with that, John? John? Okay, Rich, you're recognized.
Yeah, John, can you provide us with some details in addition to the budget that George is talking about? What are the dates? What are the expectations of CFA putting on a show? They may have changed since you last done it, and we would need all that information.
Yes, I don't have the information yet. He's going to call me next Monday, and I probably will be sending out emails as I get answers from him, because this is an ongoing thing. I cannot wait for board meeting for board meeting. I'm just giving you guys a heads up.
Do you know when it is, John?
No idea yet.
Okay.
It will be in November. That's all I know.
Oh, November. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, any other items of new business? Rachel Anger, you're recognized.
Back to John's issue. We do have board meetings scheduled virtually every 2 weeks for emergency purposes. So, it's not like you'd have to wait till June. I think if John can put together a proposal, I for one would like to see it written up rather than ad hoc through a bunch of emails.
That'd be fine with me. Thank you.
All right, good. Yeah, if it's going to take you a couple of weeks, maybe we can have it, at the March meeting, if we need a March meeting. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I want to extend an apology to Kathy Calhoun, because when she requested early this morning that I made the statement that I had notified all the committees, and I did not notify Leanne Rupie, and I take responsibility for that. I am sorry, Kathy. I didn't mean to lie to you. I just when I looked at the committee and then I saw that it was blank, I didn't I didn't recognize that I hadn't notified Leon Rupee. So,
honest mistake. Honest.
okay,
Yeah.
all right. So we'll take that up after the Judging Breeds and Standards Committee reports tomorrow. Okay. So basically, when we meet tomorrow, it will be Breeds and Standards, and then the Modernization Steering Committee. We've covered all the other issues on our orders, and anyone else have anything to say before we adjourn the meeting today? Oh, we need to decide if we're going to meet an hour early. Rich?
Yeah, I'd like to ask the board to consider meeting at 10 a.m. Eastern time, which would be 7 a.m. Pacific time. Pam, I'm sorry, I don't know what that would be in your time, nor do I know what it would be in China time.
It would be late, earlier for Japan, but that would just be 5 o'clock in the evening for me. Rachel, did you have something for new business?
I do.
Oh, okay. Well, let's take care of this if we're going to meet an hour early tomorrow. Okay, George, you're recognized. Rachel, I'll get back to you in just a minute.
Do we have enough to keep us busy if the breed secretaries don't get the message and don't show up an hour early with the rest of us? And we're starting with breeds and standards. We invite the breed secretaries to speak. We should notify all of them if we're going to be an hour early.
Well, that does pose a problem.
Plus, I hate getting up early.
All right, Kathy Calhoun, you're recognized.
Suffer.
So could we possibly, if we reach Leanne and start with Leanne, and then we have several breed council secretaries on the board that know. I'm in favor of starting an hour earlier, but
okay. Well, we could put out a news release. I can post it on Next Gen.
I can post it on CFA News as well.
Okay, Kathy, go ahead.
And the other thing, we have a couple of other, I mean, if in fact we wanted to, we have a couple of executive session items that need to be discussed as well. So I think there will be things that we could talk about.
Well, there would be, but if we start with the executive session, then we got to adjourn that, come back to the webinar.
Yeah.
And then after that's done, then we have to come back to another meeting in closed session. That was a problem with the protest thing here that, we didn't know how we were going to handle. So we let that sort of go. Well, I mean, I guess what we could do, I can get a hold of Teresa and Jackie. See, I'm sure they'd be willing to come in an hour early, and
Teresa's
then what we
Teresa's
can
an
do.
attendee.
Who's speaking?
Teresa is an attendee, so she's hearing exactly what you're saying.
Okay. All right. Thank you,
And
Kenny.
I'll call Jackie.
Oh, okay. Good deal. All right. And then what I would suggest, we will do the breeds that the secretaries that show up. If we get the one that's not there, then we'll just go to the next breed. Okay. And then go back when that person, I'm sure there's probably a breed council secretary's email list, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay, then probably Jackie or Teresa could send an email out to them that the board meeting is going to start an hour early. So we'll try to get everything notified. Okay.
Yes.
Pam, let me see who's next. Kathy Calhoun, do you have something else?
No, I don't. I'll lower my hand.
Thank you, Pam. Kathy. Pam Mosier, you're next.
Yes, I do know that the secretary for the Bromilla breed does want to attend, so it'd be very important to get in touch with her.
Yes.
And that's Stephanie Moore.
Yeah, I know who it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been in several discussions with her over her ballot, so.
I'll let them know.
So I will tell her that we're going to start an hour early. Okay. Let's see, Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
We really don't have all that many breeds that had 60% items. I mean, 60% vote on many items. I mean, it shouldn't take all that long.
Okay. Rachel, you're recognized?
Do we need to vote on Rich's motion?
Yes. Yep.
Is there a
And
second?
we're
I
still
second Rich's
discussing.
motion.
What's that?
Kenny seconds Rich's motion.
It's already been seconded, Kenny.
That's good.
All right. Please raise your hand when you're going to talk, okay? That way I can keep track of everybody.
First time.
Yep, Steve McCullough.
I've just called Jackie. She's okay with it.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. Any other discussion about starting the meeting an hour early tomorrow? Okay, I'm going to call a vote. All those in favor of starting at 10 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow for the board meeting, please raise your hand. Okay, so the yes votes are Melanie Morgan, Sharon Roy, Cindy Bird, John Kalila, Rich Maston, Kenny Curley, Brian Mosier, Pam Delavar, Kathy Dunham, Kathy Calhoun, Carol Krasnowski, Yukiko Hayata-san, Howard Webster, Pam Mosier, Steve McCullough. Thank you. And if you'll lower your hands, and George, if you'll raise your hand for the no vote. Oh, Kathy Dunham is a no.
No,
Just me. No. Just George. Okay. Any abstentions? Okay, Rachel, you want to? Oh, Rachel abstains. You want to announce the vote, Rachel?
We had one no vote, one abstention. And 15 yes votes.
Okay, thank you very much, Rachel. Okay, Rachel, you're recognized for your item of new business.
Thank you. I have a motion for their show on May 29th through 30th, 2021 in Lausanne-sur-Mer, France, Region 9. Grant the Cat H Art Club permission to hold an in conjunction show with Louvre Club Association Feline Mediterranean on the condition that the club be informed that they should comply with the guidelines and enclose a copy with their approval. I would like to also note they will be having 50% guest judges, but that's already approved in our rules for the COVID times.
Okay.
Kenny seconds.
Thank you, Kenny, for the second. Is there any discussion on the motion for May 29 and 30? Is that correct date, 2021?
Yes, I would just like to say that they have given us lots and lots of notice, which is a wonderful change in procedure. I'm very proud of them.
Yes, that's great. They're hardworking guys, so that's great. Pam Delavar, you're recognized.
The only thing I wanted to say is that the 50% judge, guest judge for Region 9 only went through the end of April. To allow that for May would have to be another motion.
Okay.
Just for this show season.
Great. I checked that out before I made the motion. So we'll go ahead and vote on the in conjunction issue, and then I'll do a second motion.
Okay, good deal. All right. So we have one motion, one coming up. Any discussion on approving Cat H Art in conjunction show May 29, 30, 2021? Any discussion? Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, by unanimous consent, the show in conjunction show is approved. Okay, Rachel?
I would like to move that Cat H Art is granted permission to invite 50% guest judges for this occasion, their May 2021 show in La Seine-sur-Mer, France. I just like to say that a lot.
Your French is excellent.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we have a motion to grant 50% guest judges at the show we just
And I will
approved.
second that as well.
Okay, Kenny, thank you very much. Is there any discussion? George Eigenhauser, you're recognized.
I don't oppose this, but wouldn't it be better if we just passed it for another block of time until we think the COVID crisis is going to have gone away a bit? And do we have to do this for each and every show, or can't we just say from now until further notice by the board, we're waiving that rule, just like we did for this season?
I will amend my motion to say what George just said.
Okay. Kenny, you okay with the?
Second it again, yes.
Okay, all right. Pam Delavar, you're recognized.
Just to let you know, there are no CFA judges in France. So hopefully they'll be able to draw in judges from either Belgium or Germany to be able to fill this right now.
Do we know what the CFA show format is, Rachel?
No, that wasn't stated in the request.
Okay.
No, it probably is 2 rings. It usually is, though it may go to 4.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure yet.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right. So our motion is now, is this for Region 9 only? This motion, George?
No.
System-wide.
System-wide, whatever waiver we did for this year, we should continue that in effect until we end it.
Well, I thought I heard Pam say in Europe, we already agreed to do 50%, but Rachel said it expired. So I just want to make sure that we got our bases covered.
Whatever it is, my motion is to extend it indefinitely until further order of the board.
Okay, Rachel, you'll research what areas that applies to and make it in the motion, okay?
I will do exactly that.
Okay, fantastic.
It was just for Region 9, if I remember correctly, when I brought this up, but
okay.
I'm sure Rachel will find the right answer.
Yeah, that was my supposition too, but whatever Rachel finds to be the correct answer, that's what I'm going with.
Yeah, okay. All right. So, any comments? Any objections to the extension indefinitely until we further notice about 50% guest judges to whichever area it applies to that Rachel will put in the motion? Okay, I see no objections. By unanimous consent, George's motion is approved. Okay.
Thank you.
Tell them great work, and we look forward to them having a successful show in France. Okay, any other new items of business before we adjourn? Okay, see everybody at 7 a.m. my time, 10 o'clock East Coast time, and 5 in the afternoon your time, Pam, and Hayata-san. I don't know what time it is in Japan tomorrow at that time, but we will see you then.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Okay,
Bye, everyone.
Everybody.
Hey, thanks everybody for all the hard work today. We got a lot accomplished in a lot quicker time span than I thought we would. So anyway, congratulations to all you guys for your excellent participation. I really appreciate it. So the meeting stands adjourned until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Pacific time and 10 a.m. East Coast time. Good night.
Hi, everyone.